and Graham Codrington, who I'm sure many of you will have either heard of or heard from or possibly even met as well. And he asked me a fantastic question. And what he asked was, Niven, don't tell me all the things that you're going to do. Don't tell me all the things that you're good at. Tell me, what is the problem that you solve? What is the problem you aim to solve? And I still remember exactly where we were sitting, in which coffee shop, at which table, when he asked me that question. And it was fascinating to me because I'd never been asked the question, but as he asked it, I knew exactly what my answer was. And it's actually the answer that I've lived through my whole career. And so this is the answer that I gave him. The problem that I seek to solve is that, on the one hand, there are all kinds of statistics that come out with depressing regularity, month after month, year after year, in company and country, all countries all around the world. And they show the same thing. They show that employees are disengaged. Some numbers put it up to 87% of employees are disengaged. So 13% of your workforce are pitching up, actually wanting to contribute, wanting to use their discretionary energy. The other 87% have totally checked out. So this is happening. Depression and anxiety, all manner of horrible statistics are on the rise. Sad statistics, depressing statistics about the state and nature of organizations. And the one that I found out just a few weeks ago really stopped me in my tracks. Because this statistic comes from the States. It comes from a few years ago, so 2014, but I'd be very surprised if it's gotten any better. So what the statistic told us was there was a survey done of, I think, 3,000 employees across the US, and 35% of them, and they were at all levels, executives, senior managers, 35% of them would forego a substantial pay raise. Those are the exact words they used. A substantial pay raise in return for seeing their immediate manager fired. So we have these realities and we have these statistics all over us and all over organizations. On the other hand, there's a whole bunch of research that shows, in, again, all kinds of contexts, that the majority of adults, and the number hovers at around 80%, the majority of adults, if they were to become financially independent so that they didn't have to work, would actually still choose to work. So there's something in us that is hardwired to want to contribute, to want to find meaning, to want to add something to the world, and most of us find that through our work. And so that's the problem that I solve, is we've got all these broken organizations and broken people and broken careers, and yet most of us really want to work and do something meaningful through our work. So I said to Graham, so that's what I solve, and I do it in the strategy work that I do with, like I say, clients all over the world. And in the middle of this, a very good friend of mine came to me, and she runs a very successful leadership development program. And she said, well, she's looking for somebody who can add a module to the program. So I'm always interested to see what she's doing because she does fabulous stuff. And I said, well, what's the module? And she said, well, it's all about navigating office politics. And again, I remember exactly where we were on our run, which hill in Johannesburg we were going up when she said this. And I couldn't see my reaction, but I can still remember it. And it was something along the lines of like, no, Helen, do me a favor. Office politics. I am so allergic to that stuff. I am so not interested in that stuff. No, find somebody else. And then it's funny how these conversations come up in your life, and they come up for reasons. And something obviously sparked in me in that conversation. And I went home and I thought about it. And I thought, the fact that I have such an aversion to office politics means that there's something I should potentially learn. And if I can learn, maybe I can teach. And so that's what I did. I spent 2 months researching the subject, and in the process really reflecting not just on what I was reading and learning and understanding, but also really reflecting on my own career, which has been a fabulous one. It's been a successful one. I've done wonderful things for myself and for teams and for organizations. But there was a lot I didn't know about office politics, and there was a lot I didn't know I needed to know. And so in those 2 months of researching this and putting together a day-long lecture, my litmus test was to say, okay, if I had known this when I was hitting my head against a brick wall in some of my positions, would it have made a difference? Because, of course, the times when I was a rock star and flying, I mean, those are easy. That's not the issue. The times when I was really frustrated and not getting to the places I thought I wanted to or needed to, what did I need to know about what was going on, what was really going on, and what I needed to do differently? And so if I thought the stuff that I read would have helped me, I put it in the lecture. If I thought, well, look, that's fabulously interesting and very intellectually impressive, but it wouldn't practically have helped me, well, then I just left it. And so what I'm going to do over the course of just less than 2 hours today is take you through some of the nuggets of the full day lecture that I do. I have also, I'm very excited, just published a book. And it's called, If You Don't Do Politics, Politics Will Do You. And it's really a distillation of my experience of the 22 years, the 3 years of lecturing on this, and all the research that I've done and the stories that people have told me through the 3 years of lecturing. So with that, let's get going. I've got a lot to cover. So the very first thing I'd like you to do is to please take a few seconds now to either come up to your laptop and use your QR code reader to scan the QR code on the screen. Or if you don't have a QR code reader app on your phone, please just go to the URL that's on the screen. So I'll give you a few seconds to just do that, because this is something that I hope will allow us to use the session to be more interactive. So either the QR code or the URL. I will repeat the URL in a few slides, but ideally, if you've got it lined up, that will make life a lot easier. Okay, so I'm going to hope and assume that all of that is lined up on your sides, and I'm also going to hope and pray that the technology works. As with microphones, as with technology, you never know. So let me ask you a question. Take a moment. When you think about the phrase, the words, office politics, what comes to mind? What words come to mind? And now that you've thought about it, this is where it starts to get interactive. So I want you, out of the possibly plenty of words that have come into your mind, to distill it down to 3 words. So the top 3 words that you have for office politics. And then what I want you to do is you are going to go onto the URL or onto the site that's come up through your QR code, and you are going to enter those 3 words. Please separate them with a comma. If you don't, they'll come up as one word. So the 3 words, first, comma, second, comma, third. And then press submit. Again, if you couldn't find your cell phone in time for when I had the slide up earlier, grab it now, put in the URL as quickly as you can, because I am about to do a 10-second countdown, which I think should be enough for everybody to type and enter 3 words. So here goes. This is a 10-second countdown. That is not working. There. Lovely. So let's see. So this is the test part of technology. I've had to do a bit of a workaround with a polling tool that I normally use. But hey, we're all figuring things out. Hold thumbs, cross fingers, let's see if it works. So, when I press this, all of your words should come up. And they don't. How fascinating. What do you know? Well, I have a backup plan. I did the same exercise with a group of people last week. They all work in NGOs. They were from South Africa and overseas, and NGOs, we typically think of those as people who do all kinds of fabulous things in the world and do all kinds of good things in the world. Have a look at the words that came up. And for those of you who are not all that familiar with word clouds, the words that are bigger and bolder are the words that were repeated more often. And so there are lots of once-offs, but have a look at those most prominent words. Toxic, exhausting, boring, time-wasting, draining, destructive, unpleasant, destructive again, demotivating, bullying, gossiping. And if you look a little bit more closely, there's some pretty awful words. Cruel. And this is generally how people think about office politics. Clearly, it's part of how I thought about office politics, which is why I had the reaction to my friend Helen Nicholson when she asked me to do something about this. And I've got some news for you. This single story that we have, is actually only a very small part of the story. And part of what I want to take you through today is the much bigger part. And so I've been reading a lot during lockdown, and there's so many fascinating books that I'm now having the chance to really delve into. One of them is by Jennifer Garvey Berger. She's this incredible leadership writer. And she talks about the 5 mind traps of complexity. So when we as human beings are confronted with complexity, and good grief, we're all confronted with complexity at the moment, way more complexity than we ever asked for. There are 5 things that happen in our mind, and traps we fall into. And 2 of them are of application here. 1, we tell simple stories. We tell simple and single stories because it's much easier to just have a simple story that explains a whole bunch of complexity than to try to grapple with the complexity. And the second thing is, it's about identity. So we hold very firmly onto our identity. And these things come into play with office politics. How? Well, the simple single story is that they're only ever negative and destructive and all these dreadful things on the screen. And in terms of identity, how many of you have thought, might even be thinking right now, no, listen, you can either be a halfway decent human being or you can play office politics. But there's no both and in this. Wrong. So this idea of simple story is one that I want to share in a quick video clip. I don't know how many of you have watched House of Cards on Netflix. If you have, you'll know the context. If you haven't, it doesn't matter. But briefly, Frank Underwood, played by Kevin Spacey, is trying to become the president of the US. And he does it eventually through all kinds of really dreadful activities and means. And so this clip here, I think, illustrates and elaborates on this point that I've just made around the single, simple, negative story of office politics. So have a look.
And the butchery begins. Any pugilist worth his salt knows when someone's on the ropes, that's when you throw a combination to the gut and a left hook to the jaw. In Gaffney, we had our own brand of diplomacy. Shake with your right hand, but hold a rock in your left.
The road to power is paved with hypocrisy and casualties. Never regret.
There are two types of vice presidents, doormats and matadors. Which do you think I intend to be? The only thing more satisfying than convincing someone to do what I want is failing to persuade them on purpose.
From the lion's den to a pack of wolves, when you're fresh meat, kill and throw them something fresher.
Every kitten grows up to be a cat. They seem so harmless at first, small, quiet, lapping up their saucer of milk. But once their claws get long enough, they draw blood, sometimes from the hand that feeds them. For those of us climbing to the top of the food chain, there can be no mercy. There is but one rule: hunt or be hunted.
So to use a classic South African phrase, yeah, well, no, fine. I mean, if that's what politics are, and that's the picture that we all have of them, of course we all run a mile. But actually the picture that you have and the understanding that you have is wrong. This is the definition of office politics. The informal, unofficial, sometimes behind the scenes things that go on in every organization to achieve power, sell ideas, or pretty much get anything else done. And if you look at that definition and just read it once or twice, it should strike you that this definition is entirely neutral. There's nothing good or bad about informal, good or bad about unofficial, good or bad about behind the scenes. Similarly, nothing good or bad about increasing power or achieving objectives. Of course, they can manifest in all kinds of incredibly unpleasant ways, and we would be naive to even try to suggest otherwise. We've all seen dreadful examples of it. But there's also a huge opportunity and possibility that they manifest in positive ways. And I'm taking a bet that you have seen that as well, but that you simply haven't called it office politics because you like this person, you admire this person, you're just fascinated at how they can navigate all the stakeholders that they need to get stuff done. But because you like them, because you admire them, somehow, suddenly, they're not a politician. They are. You probably are. I was in Lagos a few years ago. My sister and her family were living there, but I was there at the time for work. And, I mean, anybody who's been to Lagos knows how crazy that traffic is. So you will kiss goodbye to hours of your life sitting in traffic that goes nowhere. And in the traffic, as I was being driven around, because for security reasons I couldn't drive myself, all of a sudden I saw this enormous billboard looming up at me. And I probably was able to watch it for about 20 minutes, given how slowly the traffic was moving. And it said something very profound, actually. And what it said was, you're not in the traffic, you are the traffic. And I have to tell you, it's exactly the same with office politics. This is something that is all around you. And if you've ever done something informal, had a coffee with somebody to suggest something out of the meeting, if you've ever done something unofficial, behind the scenes, no matter your intentions, which may have been very honorable and absolutely ethical, or may not have been, you were playing politics. And that often comes as a huge surprise to people. Because a lot of people in my lectures, a lot of people in conversations that I have this idea that, no, everybody else is doing politics. I'm just trying to get my job done. Very unlikely. There's a lot of research that talks about the real organization is the informal organization. Yeah, you can have the organogram, you can have the delegations of authority, you can have the standard operating procedures. That's all the stuff that exists on paper. And of course it matters. But the real organization, the real power, the real decisions are happening informally behind all of that stuff. And again, that's neither good nor bad. It just is. And this idea that it just is something I really hope you get to grips with. Because this quote is exactly right. It's not about whether organizations will have politics. but what kind of politics they will have. And so again, if you're sitting at any of the companies that are attending today, and gosh, it's an impressive list, thinking, well, if I could just get out of this company, I'd find that magical company where politics don't exist. I'm sorry for the bad news. There is no such company. And this is not just my experience, it's what all the research shows. But my experience is also quite useful. So I said I'd worked in the public sector, I've worked in the private sector, I've worked in NGOs. I've had to deal with politics in every single one of those sectors. I have a friend who was a church minister. So she led a congregation for 10 years. And after 10 years of being a priest, decided, no, look, actually, I think it's time for a change. And so she decided to enter a corporate position. And the one thing that she was really nervous about in making this quite substantial career change was, how am I going to deal with corporate politics? Because I've heard so much about it and none of it's great. And she said to me that after 3 months in the job, she was looking at everyone around her and saying, you think this is an issue? Do me a favor. You've seen nothing when it comes to politics until you've seen church politics. So it is everywhere. And that's why I call it office politics or organizational politics. It's not just corporate politics. It's everywhere in every organization of every type. And if you ever manage to start an organization where there are no politics, where there are none of these informal, unofficial, behind-the-scenes things, really good for you. I'm not being facetious. Good for you. But get hold of the Harvard Business Review because you'll be the first one to have ever actually done this, and they'll want to write a book on it. For everyone else, in the organizations that you are going to have to understand that this is inevitable. And that's why I love this book by Kathleen Kelly-Reardon. She's a professor in the States. She spent basically her whole career working on understanding organizational dynamics and psychology. And she's written a number of books, but I love this one for its title, because it essentially summarizes exactly what I'm saying and the exact truth of what I'm saying and all the research says, which is, it's all politics. Winning in a world where talent and hard work are not enough. And some of you might be sitting there listening to me thinking, no. I don't buy that. That's not okay. It should be enough. I am incredibly talented. I am highly skilled. I work flipping hard. That should be enough. You've probably used the phrase, you might even be using it now. My work should speak for itself. Maybe it should. Maybe in an ideal world it would. And you can keep, like all of us, fighting for a better world. Don't lose sight of that idealism. All I'm suggesting is keep sight of the idealism, but get real and pragmatic about the world you're actually in at the moment and the world of organizations as they currently are. And in organizations as they currently are, talent and hard work is not enough. And if your career has been anything like mine, you may even be able to think of one or two people right now who, I don't know what talent they had. I don't know when they ever worked, but good grief, were they successful and powerful. And so yes, ideally, your talent and hard work is the starting point that you take with you. But if you think that's enough, you need to seriously wake up. It's not. And the studies that I've gone through, and studies that I researched for the lecture and for my book, probably go about yay high. Study after study after study has said, in countries around the world, the single biggest determinant of your career success is going to be your political intelligence. Wonderful that you've got a sparkling personality, that you've got degrees as long as your arm, that you're technically very good at the technical requirements of your job. If you don't have those political skills, you will not succeed to the degree that you need to. And similarly, the single biggest thing that makes careers derail is when people don't have political intelligence. So you've got very smart, very successful people whose career seems to be on the up and up. Inevitably, the reason they suddenly go over a cliff is because of political issues. Because political intelligence basically boils down to 4 things: power, relationships, perceptions, and influence. And again, power, relationships, influence, and perceptions are totally neutral. But if you don't have them and if you don't manage them, you are not building your political intelligence and you are not getting the political leeway that you need to. That is inevitable and critical in amplifying your technical stuff and your very hard work. So let me take a breath there to have some water. And is there anything coming up on the chat line yet? Marius, I don't see it. Has everyone got the number? Okay. I hope you have got the number, because often, by this point in lectures and webinars, I've had at least 3 or 4 quite serious conversations with delegates, because there's a lot in what I've said that people want to question, want to agree with, disagree with, share stories about. So it would be fabulous if you use the WhatsApp line to populate some of yours. But for now, I'm going to move on. And so, as much as I have said that office politics are inevitable, and they are, let me also be really clear that they exist on a spectrum. And so you've got from the best to the worst. And as the slide shows, from minimally politicized to highly politicized. These are all part of a normal spectrum of politics in organizations. Okay? You're just going to have to understand that somewhere on the spectrum you fit. But I want to take a step back here and talk about pathologically politicized environments. So truly, truly toxic environments. And if you are in a truly toxic environment, then I have to tell you that everything I'm saying about politics being inevitable and something you simply have to navigate and learn to navigate and can navigate decently and ethically. If you're in a toxic environment, all of that falls away. Because truly toxic environments are similar to abusive relationships. In fact, they are abusive relationships. And in one of my many things that I've done in my life, I've been a police reservist. So I worked as a volunteer police person for about 3 years. I would go out on shift. I had to, wear the Kevlar vest. I had to learn to fire firearms and all kinds of things. But it was, to me, an important thing in a country like South Africa to not just complain about crime, but to actually contribute beyond just what I paid the security company. And in our training, which was extensive and very, very impressive, one of the things that we were trained on was domestic abuse. And it was fascinating to listen to what domestic abuse is about and to try to get into the nature of that kind of relationship, which fortunately I've never been in my personal life. But what the training was telling us is that on average, an abused woman will phone the cops 17 times. That's on average before she presses charges. And that's assuming she's not killed. So domestic abuse is so incredibly pervasive in our country, and that's another whole conversation on its own. But it is insidious and incredibly destructive in the lives of people, mostly women, who are in relationships like that. It destroys your sense of confidence, of competence, your connection with other people, and you really start to doubt reality, because that's what an abuser does. And I have to say that until I personally worked in one toxic environment, I would never have known how awful it can be. And for those of you who are listening, who have been in an abusive environment, a toxic environment, be it at work or at home, but let's stick to work for now. Everything that I'm saying will ring very true, I'm sure. The words that people use sometimes in lectures or conversations with me is, I was shattered. I was absolutely broken. I had to spend 6 months living with my parents, unable to work, to try to get myself back to myself. And in the toxic environment that I was in, it was absolutely awful. And I'm not exaggerating, as those who've been in environments like this will know. Those of you who've not might think I'm being a little bit melodramatic. But let me tell you some of the things that happened. So I had a colleague, lovely woman, in her 50s, strong, energetic, full of life. She had 3 heart attacks. 3 heart attacks in 18 months because of the person we were working for. She put it firmly down to him. We had another colleague who walked into a meeting with this manager, came out and had a stroke right outside of the office. No one knows what happened in that meeting because he lost a portion of his memory. But all of us knew it would have been something in that meeting that caused a grown man to have a stroke there and then. So truly toxic environments are incredibly dangerous. And like I say, all of the rules that I'm about to speak about for the rest of the session fall away. And the best advice I can give you if you are in a truly toxic environment like this, not in an environment where, you don't necessarily like everybody and you have good days, but you also have bad days and you get frustrated. An environment that is like this. 3 words. Take a guess what the 3 words might be. When I ask people this question on webinars, I get all kinds of responses. Run like hell. Save your life. Get out now. And that's pretty much it. And I don't say that blindly. I don't say that not aware of the context in South Africa economically and how desperate people are to hold on to jobs. But I do say that if you are going to hold on to yourself, to your own health and well-being, physical, emotional, and all kinds of other health, you have to think very seriously about staying in a toxic environment. And the upsides in terms of a salary and the very considerable downsides in terms of the costs to you. The friend that got me into this idea of office politics, I had cancer 3 years ago. And she went through all of my distress as I worked in this toxic environment, which fortunately was for only 18 months, and then I got moved, because if I hadn't been moved, I would have had to resign. And the moment I told her that I had cancer was the moment she, as one of my closest, dearest friends, who knew everything that I'd gone through, stopped in her tracks and looked straight at me and she said, "It was that bastard, excuse my language, that bastard who did this to you." Now, I don't know if that's true. I have a family history of cancer, and cancer comes from many things. But somebody who loved me, who loves me, that was her response. It takes a toll. And be very mindful of the toll that you are able to absorb, because you can only absorb so much before you collapse. So out of the corner of my eye, I'm seeing some questions, so let's have a quick look. Toxic environment, get out now. Exactly. Same version. Toxic environments invalidate your worth. You question your value add to a company. That's beautifully put. And I would add to that, they invalidate your worth as a human being. So you question your value add as a person, which is even worse. Let's see what other things have come up here. So Fakiso is asking a nice question. Is it possible to assess the level of how political an environment is prior to joining an organization? Anything one can look out for when researching an organization or ask during an interview? Lovely question, Fakiso. So there are a couple of things that you can look out for in the conversations. How do people show up in the interview? That's going to be a leading indicator of the culture that you're walking into. And, the culture is an overarching thing of which politics is a key part. How are people showing up in that interview? Because remember, they're not just interviewing you, exactly like you said, you're interviewing them. How do they treat each other in conversations? How do they treat you? Are you just another random who's looking for a job, or do they really think that you matter and they want to impress you as much as they want to be impressed by you? How's the process of interviewing going? And so there's all manner of things. In my book, I've also got, and I'm going to put it up on my website shortly, so you don't have to buy the book. You can go onto my website, but it's not there yet. There is a whole assessment questionnaire and series of assessment questionnaires around how you can assess organizations and how you can identify a pathologically politicized environment. But I would also strongly suggest that you go onto things like Glassdoor and just get a sense of what other people are saying. And of course, you can get very disgruntled people who go out there. But if I think of the environment that I was in that was toxic, my experience was not new. This character had done this in every single organization that he'd been in. And anybody who kids themselves that they are too clever or too talented to escape a person's habitual behavior, you're not. I think it's Maya Angelou who says it so beautifully. When a person shows you who they are, believe them. And so when they have shown other people who they are, expect that trend to continue. So that's just a quick, short answer. Hopefully that gave you something to think about. If it's toxic, it breaks your self-confidence. No question. Yeah. Sometimes people stay in the toxic situation because of fear of whether they'll be secure in their next step. Well, absolutely, spot on. Where am I going to go to from here? How am I going to earn an income? Women in domestic abuse, how am I going to look after my kids? These things are real. And so I'm not in any way diminishing how real and how important they are as considerations when you make decisions. All I'm asking you to do is to think very carefully about the things that you are scared of happening and be very aware of the things that are already happening. And to ask yourself, how much worse can it get? How much worse must it get before there's nothing left of who I am? Yeah, so this is such a great question, and I wish we were in a live lecture, because I'm sure we would have a fat conversation about it. Why must staff run or leave their jobs if bosses don't have ethical behavior? Why are they not supported by HR and employee well-being? So by Anonymous. Look, I think, again, this is a very long answer. But a hard truth that you need to understand is that HR is not on your side as an employee. They are on the company side. And they are on the side of people in the company who have more power. And I am not saying that cynically. I'm not saying that lightly. But HR is not. And this is not just my experience. Read the books by ex-HR directors who will tell you that with the things that companies are having to deal with, the uncertainties and the stresses that are coming at companies, and that have now just been magnified by COVID, they have to do everything to keep that company safe. And anybody who is rocking the boat in terms of complaining about somebody else, rightly or wrongly, fairly or unfairly, is the problem. I have seen very few examples where abusive bosses have actually been gotten rid of. Generally because they deliver results, even if those results are over tens, if not hundreds of dead bodies, and they have power. They've used their position to get the power that protects them. And so I'll refer to this book a little bit later because it is absolutely fantastic. Jeffrey Pfeffer, who's been at Stanford Business School his whole career, the title kind of says it all. We talk about ethics, we talk about decency, we talk about authenticity, we talk about humility as all these aspirational things that leaders should be. And again, in an ideal world, they would be. It's very inspiring. It's very motivating to hear about leaders like this. What he says in his book is, I'm not a priest. I'm not a philosopher who talks about morality. I'm a social scientist. And so I don't look at the aspirational and normative. I look at the actual and the empirical. What is actually going on in organizations? And basically what he says is all of the stuff that the leadership development industry will tell us about how we should be is beautiful. It can make you feel fabulous, but it's not true in terms of how organizations actually work. So again, we could have a whole fat conversation around this. And let me also just be clear, I love working in organizations with lekker people doing really good work. I never once, other than this one toxic environment, went to work kind of leopard crawling my way through, hoping I'd survive the day. I love working with interesting people getting stuff done. But the real dynamics in an organization is not about output and delivery. It is about the four things that I mentioned. Power, relationships, influence, and perception. These are the things that make things happen or not. And if a truly toxic boss has got enough power, has got the right relationships, has got the influence that he needs to have with other people in power, and has the perception, even if you see it as a misperception, that he's fabulous at what he does, he's going to win the day. And that's just how it works. So thank you for those questions. Keep them coming. So some people have asked me, even when I went for a Pilates class the other day, but I mean, surely all of this has fallen by the wayside now because we've got COVID-19 and hey, we're all living the dream. I don't know how many of you are watching this in your pajamas, with your feet up, not having bothered to even remember to brush your teeth this morning. So, I mean, office politics. What difference does office politics make, or how important can they possibly be now that we're not actually literally in offices? And I have to tell you that the idea that they've disappeared in importance is also completely wrong for a couple of reasons. So I love this quote. Sally Krawcheck is a very successful entrepreneur in the US. And when I read this a few years ago, when she posted an article on LinkedIn, I thought she's exactly right. The single biggest mistake people make at work is to treat work like school. And so to think that if you just put your head down, get on with things, the work will speak for itself and somebody will see how brilliant it is and give you an A. Work is not school. Work is very different. And part of the point that she makes here, and part of the point that I want to emphasize now, and it happens in every organization, even when we are in the same office, it is now happening even more in organizations when we're all just circles on a screen with our initials. And what it is that I'm talking about is people focus on the task, and they think that their job is just to deliver the task. And of course, that's part of your job. But especially the more senior you get, the other big part of your job, the even bigger part of your job, is the relationships. And so in normal times, given the craziness of these times, people focus on the task and think that the relationships are distractions from the task, are unnecessary because, they just need to get on with their job. That's not the case. Especially, like I say, the more senior you get. The relationships which influence whether you're able to get this task done or not. The power, the influence, the perceptions, these things come together. It's not just getting through a to-do list. So on that note, I want to read this fabulous quote from Jeffrey Pfeffer that builds on this idea that, it is a huge mistake to treat work like school. He says, there comes a time in your career as you move up when critical relationships simply have to work. When you're in school, if you don't like a particular classmate, well, that's fine. Don't hang out with that person. Don't even talk to the individual if you don't want to. But if you are both senior executives in an organization, in a relationship that inevitably entails a high degree of interdependence, you cannot afford to not like the other person. Moreover, your personal feelings are largely irrelevant to your need to make the relationship successful. And so what we're talking about here, what he's talking about here, is not a criminal behavior. Downright looting, stealing, corruption, of which sadly we've seen plenty of examples in South Africa. And I personally think that the heroes in this country are the people who've blown the whistle on some of the things that happened in companies. Because it wasn't just company-wide, it was countrywide. And we would have all gone over a very serious cliff if they hadn't blown the whistle on things that were going on. So that is a totally different story. What I'm talking about here is the kinds of politics, the kinds of power, the kinds of relationships that are within the norm and within the inevitable. So let me have a look at some more questions. Yeah. This question makes me sad, but I can relate to it based on what I've heard from other people, and I can relate to it based on my experience. How does one heal from toxic environments? I've changed jobs 3 times, but I'm still scarred and timid. I have become very quiet, and I'm no longer proactive. I'm sad to hear that, but I'm not surprised. It will do that to you. And so the best advice I can give you is somehow, somewhere, you are going to have to find the means, the support, the resources to get to grips with what happened and get over it. Because I'm sure it will have scarred you. And you cannot afford, for your own sake, for the sake of the people who love you, for the sake of your career, for the sake of people who could learn from you, to not get over it. And when I say get over it, I'm not saying dismiss it. I'm not saying, it wasn't that important. It was very important. But you cannot afford to let it continue to scar you. Those costs are just too great. Please find somebody who can help you come to grips with it. And please find somebody who can help you come back to yourself. Please. Let me see. Yeah, one comment. I deal with toxic people on the spot. Good for you. And again, I'm being serious. I'm not being facetious. Good for you. Bullies often don't like being challenged. Just bear in mind, though, that toxic people have a way of working around you. And so there's a concept, I can't remember where I heard it. I wish I could give credit to whoever came up with it. But there's a concept that when I first heard about it, I thought was very powerful. And it's the concept of a chief whisperer. So every team, every department, every organization has at least one chief whisperer, and sometimes plenty. And so part of the reason that toxic people are toxic, and if you've read the book Snakes in Suits about psychopaths, and they estimate there's about 5% of employees in any organization who are true psychopaths. So they have no conscience and they have no empathy for other people. It's a clinical condition. People who are truly toxic don't play by those rules, or don't play by the rules that you and I play by. They will find ways to infiltrate and go behind you and poison all kinds of perceptions around you. So you have to be aware of that, and you have to find a way to manage that. And so toxicity, if it's coming especially from the chief whisperer, can go way beyond your dealing with them immediately on the spot, which is a great start and good for you because very few people have that courage. But it can go in all kinds of other ways that you're unaware of as well. It's not just the visible, remember? It's the informal, unofficial, behind-the-scenes stuff that they will then engage in. Okay, any other questions that I can see? Gosh, there's a lot. Oh, this is interesting, from Judith. Gosh, Judith, you sent 25 messages, so I'm not going to be able to read all of them. What's being said right now about being pragmatic with respect to accepting the politics, together with your work ethic and skills, speaks so much to me. Despite recognizing such politics already in high school, when I first heard a talk from you, Niven, that's fabulous. Please drop me a note on LinkedIn. I'd love to know who you are. I still found myself shocked when encountering politics in unexpected places, such as academia when doing my doctorate. I'm very interested in reading It's All Politics, and I would be very interested in reading your book too. Fabulous. Thanks, Judith. And please, I'd love to see who you are and where you are, so please connect with me on LinkedIn. Okay, so with that, I'm going to move on. Some of the questions that are being asked around how do we navigate politics ethically as the people who we would like to be, fairly decent, not psychopathic, is what I'll get to in the next section. So bear with me. Right. So we're in this time of COVID. Why do office politics matter? Well, I've already said. If you're just focusing on the tasks and the relationships have never interested you, the bet is that that's even more the case now when you're just firing off emails and coming onto Zoom calls, especially if you're not putting on your camera. You are invisible. Literally and metaphorically, no one sees you. And the best piece of advice I ever got, no, maybe not the best, but one of the best pieces I ever got about my career, about myself, and about this whole subject of office politics is this one. Some of the most important decisions of your career are going to be made when you are not in the room. So who is in the room for you? And what are they saying? Again, power, relationships, influence, and perception. And if you are not focusing on those relationships so that you are literally and metaphorically becoming invisible, so that those decisions, which are always made when you are not in the room, are now being made with even less of an understanding of who you are, you're running a huge risk. So by all means, continue to join Zoom calls in your pajamas, continue to switch off the camera. It's your choice, it's your career. But you're carrying some risks with you in terms of how people perceive you, in the relationships that you're building up, the influence that you have as just this square on a screen. Think about it. There's also a whole bunch of research from before COVID, but research that was done in virtual working environments, which of course before COVID were the exception more than the norm. And the research shows the same thing again and again, that remote working environments, online working environments, are almost a trigger for conflict. So in remote working environments, conflict happens a lot quicker, it escalates a lot quicker, and it sticks around for a lot longer. And I mean, there's all kinds of reasons for it, and you can probably guess at some of them. And you can all relate to this. It's much easier to type a very irritated email than to have a frank conversation with somebody. And I read an article the other day that said something along the lines of why pressing send prematurely is ruining people's careers. So we can get angry much quicker, we can hold on to the anger a lot more, we can totally misinterpret what other people are saying because the word is very different to the conversation, and these things can fester. And so conflict is actually more pervasive in online working environments than normally. And I'm not saying that online working environments cause it. I was on a great webinar about 2-3 weeks ago, and myself and the other guest speaker were talking about toxic workplaces, and I was talking about whether office politics matter when you're working remotely. And we both agree, and the delegates on the webinar were agreeing as well. Actually, all that COVID is doing is shining a spotlight on cracks that were already there in teams, in organizations, in systems, in societies. And it's shining a spotlight and it's widening those cracks. But those cracks were there. And for me, it's the same with teams. If it's a dysfunctional, unhappy, toxic team, COVID's going to make it worse. If the opposite is true, well, then actually there's a whole bunch of potential for COVID to be a time where people come together. And certainly the best leaders that I've seen, some of whom are at some of the companies attending today, are spending a disproportionate amount of their time checking in with their teams, checking in with the people individually. How's it going? Checking in with them as groups, scheduling things that are completely informal. Okay, calling a meeting was an example I heard the other day, and I loved it. Calling a meeting, an hour meeting blocked out in everybody's diary, started the meeting saying, there's no agenda. We're just going to talk to each other. How's it going? How are things going at work? With the work that you're having to do. How are things going at home? How are the kids? All those little things that we have every day when we're in an office and we're standing at a water cooler or bumping into somebody and going to have coffee with them. So, like I said, the really good leaders are spending a disproportionate amount of energy focusing on people, their well-being, the relationships that they're having as individuals and as a team, and making really sure that this conflict doesn't spark. Because if it sparks in a virtual environment, it's got far more potential to get out of control. So let me see if there's other questions. And let me have a sip of water as well. I 100% agree. It's taken me nearly a year to recover and heal from my harrowing experience being in a toxic teen environment, driven by my line manager. Yeah, and so a couple of things to add to that. These environments are real. In my experience, they're also very rare. I've only ever been in one, thank heavens, in my career. And so as much as I sympathize with anybody who's been in one like that, I imagine that most, if not all of the people on this session today are in a position of power as well. And so you have a position where you are influencing how other people are experiencing work and how they are able to live their lives. And all I can say to you is, if you are causing a toxic environment, may there be a special place in hell reserved for you. Because the impact that it has on people's lives, when you as a manager and a leader are actually the stewards of their careers and their lives. Yeah, enjoy that place in hell. Thanks, Aneshri. In Brené Brown's book, Dare to Lead, she outlines how shame shows up in organizations and how to spot it, which aligns to the toxic workplace behaviors. I don't remember that from Dare to Lead, but thank you. I'm going to go look at my copy at home this afternoon and refresh my mind. Thanks, Aneshri. Yeah, such a powerful message, re-politics. Sadly, very real in the corporate world today. Again, let me tell you, it's in every organization. It's not just corporates. That's what I said at the beginning. This is the nature of human organizations. This is the nature of human beings, that we will do the informal, unofficial. And as I said, it can be deeply damaging and toxic, but there's a whole other potential, and that's what I'm about to get into. Even more sad to see how women take advantage of office politics to elevate themselves to the detriment of their female colleagues, more so when they use office politics to push and keep others down. Yeah, I mean, gosh, this is when I miss having in-person conversations, because we could have a fat conversation about this. Look, I have to say, in my experience, I have only found a lot of support from other women. This idea that there's a glass ceiling which is imposed on women, okay, there's a lot of research around it. This idea that there's a stiletto ceiling, so there's one queen bee who won't let anybody else in, also a lot of research that exists. I have also worked in male-dominated environments and been totally fine. I've worked in mixed environments, been totally fine. I've worked in female-dominated environments and absolutely loved them because they were warm and nurturing and supportive. And the opportunities that women gave me were just unbelievable. But that said, I think when women become dysfunctional, and everyone has a shadow side, every gender, every person, every one of us, welcome to being human. But when women become dysfunctional and lead dysfunctional teams, in my experience, it becomes very personal and very nasty in a way that I don't see in mixed teams and with men. I'm not saying that men can't be toxic. The manager I spoke about was a man. But isn't it a pity that when a bunch of women are dysfunctional, not wonderful and functional and supportive and maternal and nurturing, it feels like grade 7 at school. It becomes very nasty, very bitchy, very personal. So, yeah, I've only ever been supported by women and men. I've been given all these opportunities. But I know what you're talking about. We don't show up in great ways when we don't show up in great ways. Okay. So now let's shift gear a little bit. And I mean, this toxic is important, but I don't want you to get too stuck on it because I made the point at the beginning. I'm going to keep making the point. Toxic is a very small part of politics. Abusive, destructive workplaces are a very small, very important, but very small part of the picture. The bigger part of the picture is how do you use politics, how do you use power, how do you use influence, how do you use relationships and perceptions to navigate the informal, unofficial, behind-the-scenes things, which is where things really happen in organizations. And so that's what I want to get onto now. So what are some of the skills of people who are smart at this? And if it's a skill, by definition, it can be learnt. It's not something you are born with. Take a moment, think about it. If it is all about the things I've mentioned, what might be the first thing I'm going to talk about? Remember, it's about people, it's about relationships, it's about all that stuff. So what's one of the first and most important skills? Okay, let's see. These skills are not in order of priority, and they're not all the skills that I think matter. I've cut things down because we've got limited time today. But the first skill I'm going to mention, networking. Because, I mean, obviously, right? It's all about relationships, it's about perceptions, it's about people. So obviously it's about networking. And I was on a session the other day where somebody was saying, look, she really struggles to network. She's in one of the banks, a lot of men, mostly white men, but not only black men as well. She's a black woman, and she said she really struggles to talk to them because she doesn't know what to talk about. They talk about soccer, or they talk about golf, or they talk about whatever, and so she said, what should I do? And so I asked her the question and listen to this conversation and think about it and drop me a line. I said to her, so help me understand, what would be different with a black woman if she were your manager? What do you think you would be able to do, or what do you think you would have in common that you don't have with all these male managers, black and white? And she couldn't answer the question, but she just had a feeling that it would be a lot easier with somebody who looked like her. It would almost be inevitable that she'd have something in common. And one of the other delegates was absolutely fabulous because she weighed in and she said, no, you're wrong. She said, and this was also a black woman, she said, my network, and it's one of the assessments in my book, is how healthy is your network? This other delegate said, my network is as wide and broad as possible. Different races, different ages, different genders, different levels, different backgrounds, different qualifications. Some are in the company, some are outside of the company. And that is what has made the difference. And so if I have this incredibly wide network, I can always find something in common with somebody. I mean, really, if you want to go down to the most basic, we are all human beings. What do I have in common that goes beyond the obvious of men, golf, soccer, whatever? Kids, where do you like to holiday? What books do you like to read? What are you watching on Netflix? There's an infinite number of things that you can find in terms of connections with other human beings. And so I was delighted when this other delegate said it. And I finished up by violently agreeing with her and saying to the first delegate, you need to listen to this. You need to take this advice, because if you are waiting for a manager to come that looks like you, so you're waiting for another black woman to come in before you are able to network and be your true self. First of all, you might be waiting for a very long time. And second of all, you are missing all kinds of opportunities in terms of information, in terms of support, in terms of being sponsored, in terms of being championed, if your network is working for you. And again, this is not just the research, this is my experience. I haven't looked for a job since my very first one. Every single other job has come to me. And I've swapped sectors, I've swapped industries. People know of me, they think I could do a good job, so they speak to me and off I go. And the same thing has been exactly true in my business. Yesterday, for the first time, I issued an estimate. No one's ever asked me for an estimate before, because they just come to me and they ask me to do the work and off I go for it. And so this idea of the us and them, the boys' club, the men who play golf, the guys who watch soccer, I have to say it's a good excuse. It's a really bad reason to not build your network. And I personally don't buy it at all. And I'm always grateful for the one delegate in a lecture who asks about this and who rolls their eyes at the boys' club and the fact that they don't play golf. And I say exactly what I've just said to you. Good excuse, bad reason. Rubbish. The work that I'm doing now, my biggest anchor client, fantastic work. I do their strategy work in South Africa, Australia, Scandinavia, so I might be going to Sweden next month if everything lifts, or otherwise early in the new year, and in the UK. So I have about 10 overseas flights with them a year, work with about 20 of their divisions. Absolutely fantastic. Came to me through my network. A man who I had brought into Gibbs for a debate 16 years ago, and I hadn't seen him in 16 years, heard that I'd left Standard Bank and was doing my own thing, and so got hold of me and said, look, I've been doing this strategy work for them. They're a private company, but worth a lot of money. So I've been doing this work for them. I'm now getting old, and all the overseas travel is getting a bit much. Would you maybe be interested in taking it over from me? And he said they were looking for two things. One, they wanted somebody who'd worked in strategy, but not just as a consultant like at McKinsey or whatever. I've done that, but I've done more than that. So, yeah, not just a consultant. And then second of all, they wanted somebody that they liked. And I thought, gosh, you can see that they're not a big organization, because when last did you see an RFP that one of the criteria, in fact, the only two criteria was, one of which, we've got to like you. So anyways, I was intrigued when Pete told me about this. I met the owner and the chairman and the CEO. We had a fantastic conversation. I have nothing in common with them on the surface. I do not play golf. They own a spot at Leopard Creek because they're all such keen golfers. I do not mountain bike. I mean, really, hunched over like a dung beetle is not my thing. What else do I not have in common? They all follow soccer. I couldn't care less. I mean, soccer, that's the one with the round ball, right? And no. I didn't go to Michael House and Hilton or St. Sidion's, which is where they all went. So I have apparently nothing in common with them. And yet we found enough in common for me to take on this work. So please don't use this cop-out of, I can't because I don't have anything in common on the surface. Look beneath the surface. Find something in common. Build your network. Stakeholders. Managing your stakeholders, knowing who your stakeholders are, critical. I tell a story in the book, and I'll share it now because I just love the story so much, about a woman I met about 4 years ago. She was in her early 40s at the time. She was in the top 6 of a 50,000 strong organization. So she was in the exco that headed up the entire group. And very, very impressive. Very impressive personally. She was charming. She had the most exquisite manners, was always sending you letters and thank you gifts if you did the slightest thing that was thoughtful. Very impressive professionally because she had an incredibly successful part of the business and generated a lot of money. And technically knew her stuff. Plus she looked like a supermodel, so I mean it was really enough to make you think, oh, come on. So she was lovely. She is lovely. And I was chatting to her the one day, and she mentioned something just in passing. And what she mentioned was something that she's been doing every month of her 20-plus year career. And that is every month she sits down, she thinks about who are her stakeholders that matter the most in the month ahead. And she starts to think about, okay, so how would I engage with them? What do I need to do with them, for them, through them? Do I need to send them an email updating them about where things are? Do I need to invite them to lunch? Do I need to bring them to a client meeting? Do I need to schedule a status update meeting? And she was telling me all of this, and I was just looking at her, and I thought, that is astonishing. I would never, ever have thought that stakeholder management could be so deliberate, could be such a systemic practice, as opposed to just an academic exercise at the start of a project. But I have to also tell you that all of a sudden, her very considerable success made even more sense. She had the talent, she put in the hard work, and she managed the relationships in charming, beautiful, authentic, feminine ways. And she was phenomenal. Let me see if there's any more questions. There's lots. Oh gosh, where do I start? Oh, lovely. I'm the Accenture's Women's Forum Book Club lead. We would love to invite and host you. And I would love to be invited. I met some of the Accenture women on the board masterclass series that Colleen runs through Business Engage, and good grief, did they blow me away. They were just powerhouse women. So I'd love to meet more of them. I'm sure there are more of them in Accenture. So this question is important. Isn't office politics just another form of bullying? No. Okay? No. Remember what I said. Office politics is the informal, unofficial, behind-the-scenes stuff. You can use that in bullying, destructive ways. Of course you can. You can also use it in very positive, effective, get things done ways. Power doesn't have to be about bullying. Power is about getting things done. How are you using your power? What power do you have? To what good do you use it? To what benefit do you use it? Relationships. Of course they can be bullying, but there's a whole bunch of relationships that are not bullying. Same with influence, same with perception. So please, if that hasn't landed yet, please, for anybody else, it's not just that single, simple story. Office politics. That's that horrible stuff I don't want to be involved in. But that said, what I have sometimes found in live lectures, where we talk about this for a whole day, is that for some people, office politics is so deeply ingrained as something that can only ever be negative and toxic, that single, simple story is almost impossible to get rid of, because you've almost got a physical reaction to the word. Fine. Get rid of the word or don't use it. So office politics, even though you're wrong, but if it makes it easier for you, office politics is the horrible stuff. The good stuff is the relationships, the power, the perceptions, and influence in informal ways. That's what I'm focusing on. Don't call it office politics. I know that it is office politics. I can tell you that it's office politics. Don't call it that. Call it whatever you want to make yourself effective. Call it whatever you want to take your head out of the sand and to see and to understand this is something you can and must get involved in, and you can and must get involved in it and stay a decent human being. Okay, so thank you for asking that question. But no. It's not just bullying. Okay. Yeah, fabulous question. What if the chief whisperer is a very senior person in the organization? Be careful. Be very careful. Okay? Again, a story that I share in the book. I lecture on office politics at Henley Business School, and for one group, they asked me to set an assignment. And so I asked them, look, what's the what of office politics? So what do you understand from what I shared? What's the so what in terms of the impact and implication for your career? And then what's the now what? And so I get them to craft their political strategy. What are you going to do? How do you need to show up? What do you need to change? And I got the most fabulous paper back from one woman, and I got her permission to quote her anonymously, but to quote her in the book, because she said when she was listening to me talk about this idea of a chief whisperer, she said her whole body went cold because she suddenly realized, hold on. And how she explained the situation was she had a very good relationship with her manager. She had a terrible relationship with this chief whisperer. She didn't like her, she didn't trust her, but she kept being grateful that, she doesn't have any influence on my career, so I can just ignore her. But as I was talking, she suddenly realized, hold on a second, this chief whisperer is very good friends with my manager. And so I've assumed that my relationship with my manager is enough and I can just ignore her. Mistake. And so my lecture to them was on a Friday. She said I went back to work on the Monday and I invited this woman for coffee. And she said, I am never going to like her. I am never going to have her at my home. But I suddenly realized the risks that I was running by dismissing and ignoring her. And in my experience, the chief whisperer that really made things difficult for me was actually more junior. I think at 1 or 2 levels junior. I was an executive, he was a senior manager. But he had been around for so long that he had all kinds of relationships that I didn't have. So yeah, if somebody is a chief whisperer and more senior, be really careful. I've also had somebody in one of my lectures say, I think I'm the chief whisperer in my team because my manager counts on me to tell them what's going on because people don't speak freely. And she thought she used it for good, and she used it to bolster people and to build people and to give people a shout out that her manager wasn't aware of. And I said, if you're doing that, fabulous. Because of course the chief whisperer doesn't only have to be negative. But if you are in that position, Spider-Man said it best, right? With great power comes great responsibility. Use that power wisely. Okay. All right, let me just have a look at the time. I'm going to move on because we've got about 40 minutes left. So I want to cover this part, and then if there's space at the end, we can have a bit more of a chat. Win-win. Keep relationships, win-win. Yeah, so what? No, big so what. If you read Franklin Covey's work on the 5 habits of highly successful people, win-win is not the only way relationships can work out, right? There can be people who want to win at all costs. I don't care what happens to you. I'm going to get my way. You're going to listen. And you are going to feel, in some instances, that you have lost because I want you to know that you've lost and I have won. There can be lose-win, where you just, it's not important enough. I actually couldn't be bothered to stake my position, to hold on to my opinion. Fine. You have it your way. Win-win is actually an incredibly difficult thing to get right. But it is so unlocking of potential if you can. In terms of not just the formal negotiations or the big negotiations that happen, because it's a key tactic for negotiations, is keeping things win-win. But in the kind of everyday negotiations where office politics play a part, who's going to do what, how are they going to do it, how are they going to get recognized, can you get an opportunity to do something? These are the ebb and flows of organizations and teams. And so keeping things win-win is actually about balancing 2 very important things. One, your courage to stand up for what matters to you and what you think is important, and holding on to that courage so that you can win, but then balancing consideration for where another person is coming from. What matters to them? How do they see the world? What's important for them? Because Dale Carnegie said it best. People don't do things for our reasons. They do it for their reasons. So what are their reasons? And if you are trying to build as effective a set of relationships, to amass as much power as you can to get things done for yourself, your team, and everyone who counts on you, if you're trying to manage perceptions that people have of you, and you're trying to build influence, then making really sure that people feel and know when they come out of engagements with you, discussions, conversations, meetings, that they were heard and seen and that they won something, but so were you, heard and seen, and you got what you needed. This is such a critical thing to get right. And it's not easy. It's simple, but it's not easy. So if any of you don't understand the difference between simple and easy, how many people, especially after COVID, are trying to lose weight? It's simple. Stop eating, exercise more. And how many people are still struggling to lose weight? You know how many dresses I had to put on before I found one that fitted this morning? So we can talk about things that sound simple. They're not easy. This one is critical. And if you haven't ever gone on a negotiation course, I'd really strongly recommend that you do. Because it is at the heart about understanding other people's interests and meeting theirs while you meet your own. And it's the same with politics. Leverage is a critical thing as well. So the additional power that you have in an organization, and normally in a lecture I give out assessments and workbooks. Again, I'm going to be putting them on my website in the next few days. We're just trying to sort out some things. You can download it for free, all the assessments. But leverage, these are the things that give you leverage generally. Of course, more senior people have more leverage generally. If you've achieved certain things, and so on and so forth. You can read the list for yourself. The thing about emotional detachment really surprised me when I read it, because I'm very committed to what I do. I bring my full self to work. I'm very passionate. People who like me and who've loved working for me say I'm very inspiring. I make them feel like anything is possible. And that's because I care about what I'm doing. And so when I read emotional detachment, I really had to think about that. But this fabulous book is where she explains it. The power of detachment. Although feeling passionate about your job is a plus, too much passion can be dysfunctional. Who would have thought? How many of you put on your LinkedIn profile that you're passionate? Dedication to your work may make you credible and persuasive. But those who are too emotionally invested in their jobs can become defensive and inflexible. Surely you can recognize the truth of that. People who overreact to criticism or constructive suggestions tend to be difficult to work with. So the ability to disengage emotions and view issues objectively can increase your influence. When you develop a reputation as an unbiased and thoughtful observer, others are more likely to seek you out for consultation. And as more people consult you, your leverage will increase. Your relationships will increase. The perception of you will improve. Your influence will increase. And then similarly, what do you know? Okay, so that's about leverage. This is an interesting one, this next one. Knowing when to apologize and how is not a small thing. There's strength in apologizing graciously and appropriately, especially if you are more senior to the person you are apologizing to. Of course, if you are always apologizing, maybe you need to watch yourself. And there's a fabulous Pantene advert. Why are women always saying, "I'm sorry"? Knowing how to apologize, when and how, and graciously and sincerely, is a key source of power if you recognize it and use it. There's a lot of research that men and women apologize differently. I mean, this is a whole topic in and of itself. And so just briefly, there is a lot of research that says that when women apologize, when men, let me start with the men. When men apologize, they tend to say things like, I'm sorry that that happened. So there's an apology, but there's a distancing from whatever happened. When women apologize, we tend to say, I'm sorry that I did this. I'm sorry that I made this mistake, whatever. So I won't go into that. But finding this balancing point and the sweet spot between constantly apologizing and being sorry for the fact that you exist, which too many women do, and I'm not saying that they admit it in lectures, and this never apologizing because it's apparently weak. Somewhere in the middle is the power that builds your political intelligence. But that said, even though, like I say, there's differences between how men and women apologize, even the blokes don't get it right all the time. So have a look at this video quickly. There's no sound. Let me go back. Have you guys got the sound? Okay, I'll cue it up again.
Hey, Gunther, can I get a couple of blueberry muffins to go?
Diapers, huh?
Yep.
So I guess Rachel had your baby.
Yep. Can you believe it?
Nope. I can't even believe she slept with you in the first place.
Huh? Oh, you you mean like, huh?
Hey. Ross, I know you're pissed at me, but we have to talk about this.
Actually, we don't.
Fine, okay, fine. But I gotta say, technically, I didn't even do anything wrong.
What? You didn't do anything wrong?
I said I didn't technically.
Okay, well, let's put aside the fact that you accidentally picked up my grandmother's ring and you accidentally proposed to Rachel.
Well, can I just stop you right there for a second? When people do this, I don't really know what that means. You were saying?
And I can even understand that you couldn't tell Rachel. But why couldn't you tell me? Huh? You had all day to, and you didn't.
I know, I should have. I'm sorry.
Not using it right, Joe. I'm gonna go.
No, come on, look, Ross, we have to get past this.
Give me the bag.
No, look, I don't know what else to do. I said I'm sorry.
Joey?
Now you should scream at me or curse me or hit me.
I'm not gonna hit you.
Why not? You'll feel better. I'll feel better. And you know you want to? I can see it in your eyes.
No, I don't.
A little bit.
No.
A little bit.
No.
A little bit more.
Okay.
No, hit me.
Give me the bag.
Hit me.
Joey, give me the bag.
Hit me.
Joe, I'm
Hit
not
me.
kidding.
Hit me.
No.
Hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me. I'm sorry. It was a reflex.
Oh my God, this really hurts.
I couldn't help it. When a fist comes at your face, you duck. Look.
Oh! What is the matter with you?
You were supposed to duck. Why didn't you duck?
Why don't we talk about this on the way to the hospital?
Good, good. Yeah, maybe while we're there, they can check your reflexes.
Oops.
Right. I mean, I love Friends. Come on. So there's a ton of questions here, fantastic questions. Gosh, I wish I could sit down and answer all of them. But I've just quickly scanned them, and there were three that I liked that I think might be of value to everyone else. How does one choose or spot someone to add to their network? So again, there's an exercise that I'll share on my website, but briefly, one of the ways that you can do it is to say, look, who is it that I need? Well, first of all, you can audit your network. So how diverse is your network? Do you have different people of different ages, races, genders, backgrounds, and all the rest? Or are you a white female auditor who only sticks and talks to white female auditors? So just take a step back and audit your network and ask yourself, listen, how broad is it? How useful is it? What am I doing around it? And then start to identify who are some of the people I need right now to achieve what I need to achieve. Be it in terms of a particular project, be it in terms of longer-term career aspirations, be it in terms of contacts or networks or ideas or advice. So what are your goals? Who do you need to achieve them? And how might you start to engage with them? Do you know somebody who knows them? Do you know what they enjoy, and can you connect on that? Can you simply connect on LinkedIn? And please, my pet peeve is when people connect with me on LinkedIn and they don't at least introduce themselves. So that to me is the equivalent of going to a cocktail party or a business event and just shoving your business card in my face and moving on. No, I mean, you could at least have the courtesy of a conversation. Introduce yourself on LinkedIn, why you're reaching out to them. It's astonishing to me how few people do it to me, and yet I always do it. I'd like to connect with you because. So there's a range of things that you can do. But, if you can start by being quite strategic, who do I need now in my network? Knowing what I know and knowing what I want to achieve, and then start to identify them, and then start to identify ways to meet them. As opposed to thinking, because this is also a trap, I've just got to go to these networking events, which personally bore the tears out of me. I'm not interested, especially because you go there often and people are giving you a business card but actually looking for the next most interesting person in the room. So there are multiple resources just on networking. There's courses on networking. Helen Nicholson, who got me into this, runs a brilliant course on networking. She's also written books on it. Multiple ways that you can do it. So that's the very short answer. Start with assessing where you are. Start with figuring out where you want to go, and then get systematic and strategic about who are the people I know that I need to have in my network. Then all kinds of other serendipitous things happen. People come into your network and you didn't even know that they would be useful or that you could be useful for them. Because, of course, networking happens both ways. But start with the strategic. The other question, I love this question. Talk about self-awareness. How do you identify your own toxicity? Perhaps some people are not aware of how they impact others. How does one stay close to that sense of self-awareness? I think that's got to be the question of the session so far for me. I love it. Because how much easier it is to say it's the them and the they who are the problem. It's the them and the they that are making life so difficult for me. The them and the they who are not allowing me to flourish and achieve my full potential. I'm not saying that that's not true. But how many people have stopped to actually think about the impact that they're having on other people? And whether people are going home weeping. Grown adults weeping because they have to work with you. And I really would encourage every person, but especially every woman on this session, to think about this. And we are in Women's Month, and it was Charlotte McClaker who said it beautifully. If you can rise, take someone with you. And I've known Colleen Larson for a long time, in many of my various guises. And I was at a conference a few years ago. I was the CEO of the Businesswomen's Association, and I was at a conference, and they were talking about women's economic empowerment. And there was a lot of frustration from a lot of the women in the audience saying, black economic empowerment is largely going to black men, and we're getting all the reasons as to why we as women, black and white, because at the time, empowerment extended to white women. Obviously, that's changed since. But the women in the audience were just saying, we're sick and tired of hearing the same things from black men that white men were telling them for years. Now suddenly they're on the inside of the club and they're telling us we must wait, and we must wait our turn. So there was a lot of emotion happening at this conference. And a lot of it was justified and a lot of it was useful to air. But when I spoke, I said, look, I think we're missing something here. Because every single conversation that I've heard is about who's doing what for me. Who's giving me the opportunities that I think are my due. I have not heard a single person talk about what they are doing for people behind them. It's about me, 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 and what I can get and the opportunities that I'm being denied. Of course, that matters. You want to build your success, you want to build your career, you want to build your business. But as you're doing that, can you look at who's coming behind you? And how are you supporting them? What are you doing for your domestic worker? What are you doing for your domestic worker's daughter? What are you doing for people who look up to you as a role model? I'll tell you a quick story. So it's a little bit off the topic of toxicity, but it's that idea of start with yourself instead of the them and the they all the time as your default. So when I headed up the Businesswomen's Association, fabulous role. At the time, my closest friend said to me, Niven, you've always just wanted to be head girl all over again. So as CEO of the Businesswomen's Association, I was very young. I would not have hired me. How they hired me, I don't know, but they did. Anyway, very senior women in the country were part of it, and they were fabulous. I then started up a mentoring program where I wanted women in their 20s because so many spokespeople, so many voices of authority in the media are male. I wanted to introduce journalists to younger, up-and-coming women who could be their sources and voices of authority for stories. So we started this program, and I said, as part of it, choose any mentor that you want. Because through the power of the BWA, I will get that mentor to mentor you. I may not know them, but I'll make it happen. And one of the women in the program wanted Jill Marcus to mentor her. And Jill at the time was the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank. Obviously went on to become Governor and Chairperson of ABSA and all kinds of things. So I didn't know Jill from a bar of soap. But I picked her up the phoned her office, was so impressed with her PA, Sandra, because instead of giving me this whole runaround, because of course she's so important, she can only see me in 3 months' time at 4 o'clock on a Friday or whatever. Sure, do you want to come next week? Like I say, she did not know me from a bar of soap. I just said, look, there's a mentoring program. Somebody would like Governor Marcus to mentor her. So Sonia and myself sat there, and Sonia has gone on to do incredible things. We sat there in her office on the 32nd floor, and I explained the program, and Sonia introduced herself to Jill. And Jill said on the spot, yeah, I think that's a lovely idea. I'll happily mentor you. And so I was delighted, but I was also really taken aback, thinking, you're the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank. Surely you've got a lot of demands on your time, and you've been so gracious and so supportive, and just said yes. And then she went further, and she's a big dog lover. So she said to Sonia, who's also a dog lover, once a month I walk my dogs at Lanseria. A friend has a farm, and then the dogs can run wild. So would you like to bring your dogs, and once a month on a Saturday we can walk and talk? And that's when I really nearly fell off the chair, because I sat there, I thought, gosh, you are giving up not just of your professional time, but of your personal time to a young woman you have just met. And when I asked her about that, and I said, what is making you so phenomenally generous? She said, the only way I have achieved what I've achieved in my life and my career is because other people have helped me. And so now I can only repay them by helping people myself and paying it forward. So that's why I love this question. Start with yourself. The them and the they has its place, but if it's your only starting point, you're missing an opportunity to do some reflection here. Stay focused on what matters. I kept this slide in because I was lecturing on office politics to a group of women in Abu Dhabi about 2 months ago. And it was Ramadan, and most of them were wearing hijabs. And it was so fascinating to listen to these women. Out of all the audiences I've lectured to around the world, I think those women in Abu Dhabi were the most smart and sussed about office politics. Like, they just got it. And so when I did the lecture, I wanted to have slides that at least made them able to recognize themselves in the slides. But the staying focused on what matters, so important. I studied economics at varsity, and the very first day of the very first lecture, our lecturer said to us, economics is all about the study of the allocation of scarce resources. You've got finite resources, infinite demands on those resources. How do you allocate them? It's the same with our time and our energy. You have finite energy. You have finite hours in the day. You have finite things that you can do and infinite demands on them. How are you showing up in a way that builds your energy, builds your relationships, builds your influence, builds the perceptions that people have of you, builds your power? Are you focusing on all the details and the drama, or are you focusing on the plan and the vision for your team and your organization and your career? Stay focused on what matters. And then always prepared. Guys, you know it. I mean, all of us had New Year's celebrations. It's the year of 2020. 2020 disaster, yeah, in ways that none of us could have imagined. Things change. Things change all the time. People are in power, they're out of power. There are strategic priorities, they get shifted. There's money available because the economy is fine. There's money that has disappeared. 500,000 people, I think is the number, who woke up on a Monday morning and didn't have a job because we had the second lockdown. Things change all the time, all around us. The same is true in organizations. So are you scanning the landscape? What's going on? Or are you, again, treating work like school, just putting your head down and ignoring the entire context of things that are going on around you? So these are not all of the skills, but they're the ones that I wanted to highlight for this session. And in the 15 minutes we've got left, I'm going to take you through a very brief section, and I might actually cut it short so that we've got some time for questions. But it goes something like this.
What's the most inspiring thing I ever said to you?
Don't be an idiot. Changed my life.
Whenever I'm about to do something, I think, would an idiot do that? And if they would, I do not do that thing.
So, there are real political disasters that I strongly recommend you avoid. Winston Churchill said it beautifully. In war, you can be killed once. In politics, you can be killed many times. There are big gaping holes and traps that I really would like to spare you the pain of falling into. There's a number of them. I'm just going to highlight one or two now because we only do have a few minutes left. First one, get the leverage equation wrong. So think you have more power than you actually do. And that can be a problem. If you underestimate your leverage, there can also be problems. And there's a lot of research that says part of the reason why women earn less than men is because they don't use their leverage to negotiate for better salaries. They don't use their leverage to ask for promotions and to do all kinds of things. And that also is another whole topic. So opportunities can pass you by if you underestimate your leverage. But if you overestimate it and play a hand that you don't have, it can be very damaging. And I tell the story in the book of how I basically got fired. I didn't realize I'd been fired because it was dressed up so graciously as a retrenchment. It wasn't a retrenchment, I was fired because I overestimated my leverage. Let me be clear, I was delighted to be off of that project because I'd come in as a consultant. But I was less delighted that somebody else had made the decision for me. And they'd been able to make it because I'd been doof. I'd been very naive about this stuff. So get the leverage equation wrong. Having too many adversaries. Same as the students at Henley said to me. You don't have to like this person. Same as Jeffrey Pfeffer says. You don't have to invite them to your home. But especially the more senior you get, you simply have to find ways to make relationships work because you are interdependent. And having one wrong adversary, be it the chief whisperer or somebody who has more influence than you do, can be a real problem. So be very careful about writing people off and thinking they don't matter. Every adversary that you have diminishes your political abilities. And the less your political abilities, the bigger the risks to you and your career. I love this phrase. It's from Secrets to Winning at Office Politics. Becoming the problem. So have a read. on the screen. And inevitably, when I share this in lectures, you can see some people start to like, they totally get it. When you become a problem, a marked shift occurs in the manager's thinking. And instead of thinking about how to help you, they sort of fantasize about how wonderful life would be if you were gone. If you are becoming the problem for somebody else, especially for your manager, if you are taking up too much time, too much energy, you are constantly an issue for them. Be really clear that an axe might be swinging over your head because they're having fantasies about how much easier life would be if you were gone. And of course, at a time of all the kinds of turmoil this country and companies in it are going through, there are all kinds of changes happening in an organization, every organization, retrenchments and dismissals. So think very carefully about becoming the problem and taking up too much of somebody else's time. Again, there's a whole bunch we can talk about, but let me just leave it there for now and flag it as a concept that hopefully gets some alarm bells going in your head if you can recognize yourself in what I've said. Alienating your boss. Your boss has a lot of power over not just your career, but your life, because you take work home with you. Get on the wrong side of your boss, and it's going to have consequences. I'm not saying lie to them, I'm not saying like them, but what all of us need, if you think about it, when we ask for performance management from a boss, what do we ask for? Well, a good performance manager, a good boss, sees us, knows what matters to us, makes us feel that they are on our side and they're going to help us achieve it. So if we expect that from a boss, how many of us give it upwards to a boss? Make them feel that we're on their side, that we want to help them succeed and we know how to do it. Again, I'm not talking about being a sycophant, but purposely getting on the wrong side of your boss, purposely telling them how unimportant they are in your life, or doing things that give them that very clear idea is a very big political risk. And then the last one, and it just blows my mind. I don't think social media has made people stupid, but good grief, it's given stupid people platforms to be even more stupid. I knew somebody, not very well, but I knew somebody who was in a training course for a big organization. Obviously, I won't mention which one. And in the training course was on Facebook, mentioning her organization and mentioning how useless this training was because they don't look after their customers, so they're just going through it. On Facebook. And she was surprised that she was fired. I mean, do me a favor. So publicly criticizing your company, even informally, but especially in ways that are going to last, at a time of such turmoil and such fear, and of so many companies just trying to hold it together, don't be surprised if you fall into a deep political hole. And that is essentially where I'm going to wrap it up. So just to plug myself, because I'm super proud of this. I'd wanted to do this book for a long time, and then suddenly COVID came, and my work trip to London, my work trip to Abu Dhabi, my work trip to Pinder Game Reserve, where I was going to run a leadership program for a week, all just disappeared. And my very full April and May suddenly became very empty. So I thought, okay, I've started this book, I've had it on the back burner for ages, sit down and finish it. And I sent it out to a whole bunch of people, including Liz Wiseman, who I met a few years ago when she was in Joburg, and gosh, they wrote some fabulous things, which, it's a vulnerable thing writing a book. It's a vulnerable thing putting yourself out there. So when people came back with just lovely things to say, it was wonderful. And so you can get hold of me, and I'd love it if you guys would connect with me on LinkedIn. For heaven's sake, please introduce yourself. Tell me why you're connecting with me and that it was from this event, even if it's just one line, because then it helps me remember. And with that, in the 5 minutes we've got left, let me see any questions that have come up. Oh, this is another one that I saw earlier that I liked. Networking is much harder for introverts than extroverts. Are there any references that can help with the how-to? Yeah, lovely question as well, because again, that can be a good reason or a bad excuse. There is a fantastic book called Quiet by Susan Cain. She also has a very good TED Talk, but of course, a 20-minute TED Talk compared to an entire book. And she was a lawyer on Wall Street and a deep introvert. And so she's surrounded by all this alpha energy, alpha male, alpha female energy. And she thought, what possessed me to become a lawyer on Wall Street? I'm just sitting here like this shrinking violet all the time. And so she started researching, and this book is incredibly well written and very solidly researched. She started trying to understand a little bit more about the power of introverts. And so the book, like I say, is called Quiet. The subtitle is The Power of Introverts in a World That Cannot Stop Talking. And so if you read that book, you'll see that actually there's enormous value and power in being the introverts who only say things when it really matters. And at the same time, there are opportunities to move beyond yourself when it matters, because you now know how important it is. There are, I mentioned it earlier, a whole bunch of courses around how to network effectively, and I really do recommend Helen's. But it's not this idea of going to a big meeting or a big event and handing out business cards in a kind of spray and pray approach. It is far more about targeted relationships where you give as much as you get. And for that reason, actually, there's a lot of research that introverts can be more powerful networkers because they nurture their network in the ways that extroverts who just go out there and constantly meeting people don't. So recognize that you have power, recognize the particular kind of power, and start to use it to your advantage. It's actually far more powerful than you realize. Let's see what else. Yeah, somebody's saying she agrees that she needs a wider network. I think mine is, but I need more political intelligence. Yeah, I mean, a network is necessary, but it's not sufficient. It's a starting point, but it's not the whole story. What do you use your network for? What do you give to your network? How do you build off of your network? These things all matter. Oh, lovely. This is nice. I have found myself, and it looks like a man, which is lovely. Because this isn't a male-female executive grad issue, black, white, corporate, not corporate. This is a human issue. And so it's lovely that a man is listening and learns something. I found myself making excuses for people's behavior and focusing more on what I could have done better. Thank you for this information. Yeah, I love it when people take responsibility. You're not responsible for everything, but start with yourself. Good for you. Anything else? Okay, I'm going to finish with this question. Hi, Niven. If you are a hard worker without political influence, how do you make the shift? Well, again, I mean, isn't that the point of everything I've shared? So thank you for that question. For me, it always boils down to three things. First is awareness. So hopefully during the course of these just under 2 hours, I've raised your awareness about something that is really important, that you probably didn't understand before. You didn't understand what it was, and you certainly didn't understand how important it was. So now that you've got that awareness, then you've got to move to some kind of assessment. And so, I know I keep repeating this, but I've got a lot of self-assessment questionnaires. Because they're not up on the website yet, send me an email, or actually better yet, I'm going to send them to Colleen and she can distribute it to everybody here. It's about 10 assessments where you can now start to say, okay, based on what Niven was saying, how am I showing up relative to how I want to show up? And then the last thing is, we'll then start to take action. And then not just once-off action, but action for the rest of your career. And so in the workbook, part of what I give you is, how do you craft your political strategy? So where do you start? Because that is my actual work. I've kind of fallen into office politics by mistake, but I love it because I can see the power it has and the change it makes in people's lives. But using my strategy experience, how do you craft a political strategy? Now that you are aware, now that you have assessed yourself, what do you do? And so I'll send all of that to Colleen, and you guys can all have a look at it. I'm certainly not the only authority on the subject. I mean, clearly there's plenty of books that I constantly refer to and learn from, but I think the exercises that I've drawn together are a really useful starting point for you to be able to do all of those things. And with that, I am done.
Thank you so much, Niven. So I'm going to try and do this in a very socially distanced way, so I don't think they'll catch me on camera. But I really wanted to ask you, because many people are asking, how do I then become this networker if I'm an introvert, for instance? Now, I have a funny example with a previous employer. I had this thing I would do. I'd pop into different line managers' offices. Like, pop in, 5 minutes, how was your weekend?
Yeah.
And some of them were taken aback. What are you doing popping into my office? Not that you're not welcome to be here, but people generally just don't do it.
Yes.
And this one line manager in particular said, Masa, why do you keep coming into my office and sitting on my couch? And I said to him, because I care about your weekends. All I want to know is what you did on the weekend. And I'll tell you what I did, if that's going to make you comfortable. And he said, you know what? Go on with it. So every Monday, he expected me on his couch for 2 minutes to tell him about my weekend.
Yes.
Long story short, he moved to a competitor, and the first person who called to coach and poach was me.
Lovely.
Small interactions like that, I think, is what you're saying about office politics.
Yes. No, that's such a beautiful example. So 2 things that I'd add to that is, one, sometimes it is useful. Should I look at you or should I look at the camera? I don't know. Let's just figure this out.
Let's figure it out as we go along.
So I think sometimes it is useful to state your intentions up front. I'm not just coming to distract you because I think it's Monday, you've got nothing to do. I'm not just coming because I think I'm so important I can interrupt you. And so sometimes, especially if people are not quite sure or used to this and it's contrary to the culture, it's useful to state your expectations.
Absolutely.
But the second thing is, absolutely, and I've just gone blank on what the second thing was. It was very good, but I've completely forgotten what it was.
I'm sure it was good. What I can tell you, Niven, is that I would like to occupy your brain. I'd like to live in there for a couple of days and then just pick it. So thank you very much. I'd like to continue. That was very, very insightful. I learned so much, and I'm sure everyone who's tuning in has so many questions for you, and your phone number being out there will also be inundated with advice that people need. It is a new normal. It's an abnormal. We call it a new normal, but all of this is actually abnormal, but we have to get used to it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Niven.
Pleasure.
Well, I must also tell you that I have an undergrad in political science, and when I went to register for my degree, many of my friends said to me, so you want to be a politician? I said, no, I want to understand the science of politics. Politics is not a bad thing. On one of our apps, I saw a message coming in on our Woover app, and trust me, if you haven't downloaded it, you really must download it. And the person said, oh, wow, it's Portia. I said, so we're all politicians. Indeed, we are.
Yeah.
Indeed, we are. So without further ado, I'd like us to take a break and absorb all that information that we have received from Niven. Take it all in. What a gem. What a treat. Take a break, stretch your legs, get some tea, maybe turn off the heater if it's a bit too warm in the house now. And let's be back joined here at 20 to 12. Happy. A very big and warm welcome back to our momentous occasion. I mean, this is a movement. This is not just an event. And I am so, so excited to introduce our new speaker, our next speaker, because it's all about laughter. It's all about light and happiness. And before we get to Shireen, I'd like us to just remember the hashtags for today: voices of change and getting to equal. With all the doom and gloom of this world, and trust me, I know about the doom and gloom. I am the bearer of bad news. You hear that 7 o'clock anthem every Sunday, and you know you're about to hear some bad news. But it's relevant news. It's reality that we have to face. We cannot pretend that the world is not what it is. It is as bad as we report it to be sometimes, but sometimes it's not. And that's why I am delighted to have Shireen Richter here, who is a professor of laughter and happiness. And if there's one thing as South Africans know how to do, is laugh. We make a joke out of almost everything, good, bad, sometimes a little bit too soon, would you say, Shireen?
Definitely, I agree on that.
I'm going to let you take over the floor and tell us more of how we can pivot our happiness. You know, I've heard people say they're pivoting their businesses, their careers. But let's talk about pivoting our happiness. How are we supposed to find happiness when we're living in such unprecedented times?
Thank you so much. And as you say, we've never looked at pivoting happiness. We're in survival mode right now. And what was really profound for me this entire week, and I'll explain the little story that my life journey that I went through, but life is not for sissies. Life is damn hard, and it's become more and more difficult for us to navigate through that journey. And at the moment, people are fumbling, and they're not sure where to find happiness. They're not sure how to find happiness, because all the things that traditionally made us happy are no longer accessible to us. So what did we think made us happy in the past? It might have been going on holiday. It might have been an experience. It might have been going out for dinner with friends. It might have been going shopping. It may have been just hanging out with a whole group of people. And all these things that traditionally we have believed will bring us happiness are no longer bringing us happiness. So where do we start? And that's why there's such a prevalence of mental illness at the moment, of people feeling physically and emotionally broken, and we don't know where to look and we don't know where to go. Simon Sinek said something very powerful, because people are saying we're living in unprecedented times. We're living in such challenging times. And he said, we're really not living in unprecedented times. He said, we're living in times of change, and change is a definite. Change is always there and it always exists. It's just that maybe it wasn't as much in our faces as it is now. Maybe change was slower than it is at the moment. But what we're going through is change. And change is hard. And change is difficult, and change is a journey, and people resist change. And so while we are feeling such a sense of dis-ease or unhappiness inside, is that we're resisting the change. I always say, if you look at what coronavirus is about, you know, it's in the year 2020, and it's about breathing. And if you look at our lives, you know, I call it BC, before Corona. If you look at our lives before Corona, they were frenetic, they were busy, they were frantic. We never had time to breathe. We honestly, that was like my mantra. I was like, I'm so busy, I don't have time to breathe. I'm working 18 hours a day. I don't have time to stop. I don't have time to breathe. And Corona, there's no coincidence, is a disease on breath, on breathing. Why? There is no such thing as coincidence. Everything that happens for a reason, to teach us a lesson, to push us into change, to make us realize something. So if we're suffering with this pandemic, which is a disease about breath, and before we were so manic that we couldn't breathe, maybe it's time we stop and breathe. And And it's no coincidence again that we're living in the year 2020. 2020 is always known as perfect vision. And maybe what we need to do is say, hang on a minute. We didn't have perfect vision before. And maybe now we're actually being given an opportunity to find perfect vision. And not in the way that we thought we had perfect vision in the past, because that wasn't working. People were not coping. People were crashing on every level. Life was just way too difficult. And suddenly we have time to stop, to process, to integrate, to recalculate everything within our lives, from a business perspective to our relationships, to our emotional health, to our physical health, and to our happiness. And I think people misunderstand what happiness really means. So happiness is not some out there goal that we chase and then we feel amazing and you feel that incredible high and you go, yes, like, oh my gosh, I've won the lottery, and you feel ecstatic and happy. That's not happiness. That is not sustainable happiness. What true happiness is a sense inside of inner joy, of I'm okay, and I've got this, and I will wake up on some days and I won't feel so happy, and I'll wake up on other days and I'll feel, yes, I want to take on the world. But to get that sense of joy within you, it takes work. Anything you want to do that you want to be good at takes work. If you want to build big muscles and you want to be fit, you can't just wake up today and go, oh, woe is me, why am I not fit? Why am I not feeling good? Well, if you haven't done exercise in the last 6 months and you haven't been outside and pushed yourself and built your muscles, you're not going to be fit. You're not going to be strong, and we know that. If you want to be thin and you want to lose weight, you can't say, I'm going to diet today and I'll be happy, I'll be thin tomorrow. Doesn't work. It's consistency. We have to keep on that process. We have to keep going. We have to keep at it. And yes, there'll be bumps and we'll fall down and we'll have the chocolate. But then we get back up again and we eat the salad and we eat the yogurt and we do what's good for us. And why I'm saying we have to pivot happiness is because I don't think that anyone's really thought, how do I work on my happiness? We wake up expecting that happiness, but yet we do nothing to work on it. So if I had to do a survey and ask any of you here today, how many of you have a plan for happiness? You have a plan for your business. You have a strategy for your marketing. You have a plan for how you're going to run your teams. We have a plan for all these aspects in life. But yet happiness, which Aristotle says is the holy grail of mankind, we have no plan. What is your plan? What are you going to wake up to do tomorrow to ensure that you feel a little bit happier, to ensure that you build resilience? So we know in terms of innovating success, which is where we are right now, we need to innovate success in all areas of our lives. And it's about getting 2020 vision in another way. So we've spent our whole lives looking at life like this. And suddenly we have to turn around and we have to look at life like that. And when I'm facing here, I see one view. And when I turn just a drop, I see a completely different view. I haven't really moved much. I've just shifted a few degrees, but everything looks different. And that is really a message for you today, is you have to shift the way you look at things in order for things to change. So I'd like to share a social experiment, because one of the things that I say is that perception is reality. So whatever you perceive or whatever you think is real for you is what will be real for you. And a couple of years ago, they did a social experiment in New York where they took just an average guy and hired some paparazzi and hired a few people and stuck him in Times Square with some cameras and some video guys and a few people going, oh, please, can I have your autograph? And within less than 15 minutes, there were over 200 people around this individual going, yes, that's from, yes, that's him. Can we get his autograph? And he was just a normal, wasn't an actor, wasn't a famous person. He was just like you and me. But what he had done in this experiment was he had created a perception that he was famous. He had created a perception that people wanted to be around him and wanted to get his autograph, and that became the reality that happened around him. And that's what we have to start doing now. We have to change our reality, and only we can do that by changing our perception. So I'm very, very big on takeaways so that you're not going to just listen to my talk today and then leave and go, well, it was profound. She said some good things. But how do I integrate that really into my life? How do I bring that in practical terms to how I exist every day and to my strategy for happiness or to my plan for happiness? So part of what I'm going to share with you today are real takeaway tools and tricks that you can use every single day in your life. And they're not things I've just dreamt up. And they're not things that sound nice. Yeah, that sounds like it could be quite a funky thing to do, or let's try. These are things that have been highly researched. These are things that are based on medical and scientific research to create physiological and biochemical shifts in the body and in the brain. And that's what we want to do. We want to have a strategy. We want to pivot our happiness so that we can look back on this time and we can say, wow, this was amazing. That we can wake up every day and say, I'm living my life to its fullest. And despite what is going on around me, I actually am the happiest that I've ever been. If we look at happiness levels going back 50 or 60 years ago, where life was more difficult, and certainly people didn't have all the amenities and the technology and everything that we have, and you look at the research that's been done at Stanford and Yale University in terms of their happiness and our happiness today, you would think, gee, we would be so much happier. We have enough entertainment to keep us going for 5 centuries. We don't even know what to watch first, where to look first, where to go first. We've got everything to make our lives easier that people 50 or 60 years ago didn't have, from things like cell phones to microwaves to, you want a meal, stick something in here, 2 minutes later, you've got dinner. You want to speak to someone. I remember when I was young, when I was 14, I had a boyfriend and he went to live in the US. And I was heartbroken. And what had to happen is I had to write him an aerogram. It was a blue thing that folded out into 3. And you had to write on the aerogram. And I remember using every single inch of space, even if you had to write down the side before you stuck it. And then you would send it off. And it would take a week or 10 days for the person to get it. So he would get it. And then he would read it. And he would do the same and reply. So 3 weeks later, I got a response to something that I wanted to tell him, which is probably not even relevant anymore 3 weeks later. You've kind of forgotten about that incident or that thing. And here we have everything. And yet that everything is making us more unhappy than we've ever been because we're looking at the wrong things in order to find our happiness. So the next thing I'd like to share with you is we really are stressed out, and we're living in a time where stress has just become part of our DNA. There's no division between home and work. We're working from home, so there's kind of no division between that. We're working harder than we ever have. Corporates and organizations were really worried in the past about people working from home and, would they be slack? Would they not give as much of themselves? And I think the pressure is on now to give even more of yourself. So people are just working harder, no division between family time and home time, no way out of their headspace. And it's almost become like running a car on orange juice. So when you ran a car on petrol, that car ran and it was great and it worked And that's what used to happen for us. And now it's like saying, and we can relate that to happiness. So we looked at things materially. What does the media show us makes us happy? What does advertising show us that makes us happy? It's getting new things, it's having things, it's going to places. That's not what's happy. What's happy is inside. So where we are now in 2020 is we're trying to drive that car with orange juice and it's not going to run. We're trying to drive the car on the wrong things, thinking that we're going to get that happiness, and we just aren't going to do that. So I'd like to share some tools because I really believe that tools are vitally important. You know, how do I take what she's saying and make it real? How do I take what she's saying and implement it into the essence of who I am, into the essence of my life? And one of the things, as I mentioned to you with breath and corona, which is so profound, was the busyness. And life is breath. And without breath, we don't have life. And we don't focus on our breathing. So when you wake up and you're feeling anxious, or you're overwhelmed because you're dealing with so many issues, or you're going through something in a work environment that you're just not coping with, Corona is teaching us to stop and breathe. But how do we do that? We don't even stop to breathe. We think we're breathing, and I actually went for a massage about 6-8 months ago, and I was lying on the bed, and the lady was giving me a massage, and she said to me, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yes, I'm fine. Why?" And she said, "You're hardly breathing." And I didn't even realize it. It's like if you take your hand and put it on your heart and almost fill your chest, you will not even feel the breath coming in or out. We're not breathing in life force. And that's what we need to do to quiet the storm. So breathing's really important, and I'd like to share some breathing techniques with you that you can try when you're feeling anxious, when you're feeling stressed, when you're feeling a little bit out of control, or just if you need to energize yourself. Now, there's something called a yogic coffee or a breath coffee, which is even better than a normal coffee, and I'm going to teach you how to do that and to almost get like an energetic boost or a high just from using your breath. So I know that you're sitting there and you've heard a lot of stuff. I'd like you to try this with me. I want to make this interactive. So I'd like you to just sit comfortably and just sigh. So just a really big sigh and let it out. So let's just breathe in and sigh out, if you can do this with me. Okay, now some of you just went, that's not good enough. What we really need to do is a big, loud, releasing sigh. So we're going to go, and let's just do it again. Think about this. Why do we sigh? When we're feeling overwhelmed or like stuff is too much, we sigh. We don't even know that. But that is the body's natural way of going, breathe. I'm screaming at you. Breathe. Think about it. What am I doing when I'm sighing? I'm breathing in and I'm exhaling. I'm sighing. I'm filling my body with fresh, clean oxygen, hopefully now that we have so much less pollution. But I'm bringing air into my lungs. I'm bringing fresh oxygen into my brain. When I'm feeling tired, breathing is also very calming. And what's just so simple is just sit. I'd like you to smile. I know this sounds really silly, and you're probably looking at me going, "Oh, this is a bit weird. She's just asking me to smile at my laptop or at my computer." But the act of smiling gets the brain to release feel-good hormones into your body. So we need to do this a lot. And then I'd like you to just breathe in through your nose. Breathe in again. Now, many people believe that when I say take a deep breath, or when you're told take a deep breath, what most people do is they take a big breath, they push their chests out like this, and they breathe out. And that's not really a big breath. That's not really doing much for you. When we say take a deep breath in, what you need to do is actually exhale. You need to empty your lungs of every drop of air that you have inside. And when you breathe in, you will be filling your lungs effortlessly. So if you can try this with me, sitting down, we're just going to blow as if we're blowing out a balloon. So we're going to blow. Exhale all the air. Now when I breathe in, I'm not even raising my chest. I'm not even lifting my body, but my lungs were empty. So breathing in now fills my lungs with air and brings fresh energy to me, and it calms the brain. When you're feeling tired, doing 10 breaths quickly in and out will give you almost a head rush, and your brain's going to be going, oh my goodness, what's going on here? You're lightheaded. You're feeling, because you've suddenly got oxygen into your brain. And to do that, you always use your nose. You keep your mouth closed. You can do this anywhere. You can use this in your car. You can use it sitting at your desk. You can use it at a dinner table if you need to keep quiet because the family is on your nerves. And literally keeping your mouth closed, just breathing in and out quickly. So if you can do that, put your hands on your stomach, and let's just try and do 5, because I'd love you to feel the effect while you're sitting here with me. But just breathe in, and let's do it on the count of 3, and we're going to do 5 breaths. So, ready? Go. And relax. I hope that you are feeling slightly better. I hope that you are feeling like you have got a bit of an energy boost inside of you, and that your brain is slightly more awake. But that definitely helps. And you have to realize that change starts with you. We're looking for a vaccine. We're looking for a cure. We're looking for government bailouts. We're looking for everyone else to make our lives more sustainable, more livable, happier, more peaceful. But yet, we need to look inwards. We need to have 20/20 vision within ourselves. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to share my own 20/20 vision that I experienced, and I experienced that this week in the most profound way. And again, there's no coincidence. So what I'd like to say is that nothing happens by chance. And when I accepted the invitation to talk today, I didn't realize the date. And Colleen said, would you do this? And I said, that would be great. I would be honored. I'd love to share this with everyone. And I put it in my diary, not realizing that it was my son's wedding yesterday. And when I put the two together and realized, I was like, oh my goodness, how am I possibly going to manage a wedding and organize the talk and then get here this morning and be in one piece to be able to do it? And here was my realization. Everything happens for a reason. Just keep remembering that. And the mantra must be, what can I learn from it? Corona is happening for a reason. Stress is happening for a reason. Your lack of happiness is happening for a reason. What can I do about it? How can I grow? How can I learn? So, as we said, that change starts with you. From today, I hope that what you can do is shift your focus, stop looking there and look here, and become a certified VHP, which is a very happy person. And all you have to do to be that VHP is to decide. So how did that VHP pivot into my own life? And how did that happen? My son was getting married. My son was engaged 8 months ago. My son has been together with his now wife for 4 years. They've really, really had a tough time. She went to study overseas for a year. He just wrote boards, so he was doing his CTA. They were studying, they were working, and they still kept it together. And in November, they got engaged. And what they thought was that they were going to have this magnificent, beautiful wedding with 300 people or 350 people, and for it to be a celebration of life. And everything was really positive, and we had positive thoughts around it, and we thought, wow, this is going to be amazing. And we know that when we think positively, we attract positive things, until COVID came. And suddenly COVID came, and it was, where are we now? What can we do? Before lockdown, we were even discussing, should we just do a quick wedding because we knew lockdown was coming based on what was happening in the rest of the world? Should we just have a quick wedding? Should we just quickly do it so at least there can be something? And being optimistic, having positive thoughts, thinking positively, we all thought, no, it'll be fine. It's going to just blow over. It's going to be a month or 2 or 3 months of lockdown, and it'll be fine. And it was booked, the wedding, for the 6th of August. We were all happy about that. We were thinking happy thoughts, have a mantra. That's what finding happiness was about previously. Think happy thoughts. Be positive. That's helpful, and it's important, and it's an imperative. But thinking happy thoughts is not going to make you feel happy. And here we were, thinking happy thoughts. We chose happy. By the way, that's my dog. I've really taught him how to pivot happiness. He's really, really, really happy. And lockdown continued. The rules became stricter and stricter as to how we were able to have a wedding. And it was the disappointment, and the bride and groom had that disappointment. Okay, it's not going to be this big wedding. It's not going to be this white wedding they dreamed of. It's not going to be the big party with the dancing. Yes, maybe it's going to have to be with masks. And we couldn't quite formulate or shift ourselves into thinking, what is this wedding going to look like, and how is it going to be? And as the time progressed, so we all became sadder and sadder. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know how to find the joy in the joy of the function. We were in a situation where we thought, well, okay, we'll have a small wedding. We were told, luckily enough, they opened churches and synagogues and mosques. You could still have, as long as you had it in a place of worship with 50 people, you could have that. And you could have a wedding. And then we had to get a COVID officer. And then it became the peak in Gauteng. And the COVID officer that we dealt with, who was managing the arrangements, is a professor who actually ran the emergency medicine for the Soccer World Cup in Russia in 2018. And we had this wedding planned, and as much as we wanted to find the happiness, it still felt sad, because we could have it in the garden at our place of worship. The chairs had to be 3 meters apart. Everyone had to have masks. No one was allowed to socialize. No one was allowed to talk. No one was allowed to sing. No one was allowed to dance. And we were there to literally witness it, because we had to keep social distancing, because Corona was at its peak, is at its peak, and to keep everyone safe. So the professor said to us, you have to assume in a group of 50 people, 5 people have COVID. And those 5 people are going to spread to whoever else is there. And it kind of felt really sad. It's meant to be this amazingly happy journey, and it felt really sad. And this is where pivoting happiness was such a massive, massive thing. And this is why I say to you, you have to look at pivoting your happiness in every area of your life. Because 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, last Monday, we had a meeting with the COVID professor, and he found out that the bride's parents have comorbidities. And he said, sorry, not on my watch. I cannot let them walk you down the aisle with the groom and the groom's parents and his brothers and siblings when they will be exposed and they have comorbidities. They stand a real chance of getting sick. And the kids were devastated. And last Monday night, my son walked into the kitchen crying, going, I don't have a wedding. What am I going to do? I'm not going to be able to get married. We couldn't send out invitations. We didn't know where it was going to be now. We had absolutely no idea. The professor said, if you want to get married, you need to postpone the wedding. And they've been waiting 4 years for this. They didn't want to postpone the wedding. They were getting married because they wanted to be together. They were getting married not because of the party, not because of the white wedding, because of what was real. They wanted to be together. We didn't have a wedding. None of us slept last Monday night. And on Tuesday, I woke up pivoting happiness. I just thought to myself, there has to be a way that we can do this, that we can have fun, that everyone can feel safe and not compromised. There has to be a way. And the idea came to me, and it was crazy. As it hit, I was like, please, let's think, find a way, come up with a different way. Let's shift. Let's stop looking there and turn and look there. And I came up with the idea, let's have a drive-in wedding. A drive-in. You'd drive your car in and you'd watch a movie. Okay, people would be in their cars. They would be safe. They would be in their own little bubble. We could have a drive-in wedding. So what we did was we found a big field. We got munch packs. We got balloons. We invited people in, and as they drove in, people got flags, they got balloons on their cars, and they drove onto this field where we had built a stage that was going to be where the wedding ceremony was going to be. And everybody was around, the retinue and the few people. We were still limited with numbers, but those people could be around. We then put the band in the field with speakers all around the field. We had the longest red carpet ever. It was amazing. At first we looked at it and my daughter-in-law was like, geez, this is a long walk. And I said, embrace it. What other bride gets to walk so long down this red carpet and just get into the moment, look at what's happening, take in what's around you. It's not that quick 2 seconds and you're there. Process, take it in, absorb it. And I'm going to share a video which I made at 1:00 in the morning last night that I took from snippets that the photographer posted on Instagram, because you need to see how you can pivot happiness. So we had the wedding. The bride and groom afterwards were then allowed to go and dance in between the cars, so people could be dancing in their cars and clapping and singing in their cars. We were allowed to get long sticks that were 2 meters long and people could hold it, and because it was outside and it was in the sun and it was in an open area, we could dance around them for a few minutes. And I'd like to draw your attention to the end where we couldn't have a function, we couldn't have a dinner. The kids were just so happy to be married. And they went with the photographer to have other photos, went to a garage shop, bought flings, sat on the pavement, throwing flings in the air and catching them, and dancing in the forecourt of a garage. And they are happier than they would have been had they had anything else, because my son said to me, this was the essence of what a wedding's about. This is really what pivoting happiness is. This is about finding the joy in the joy, finding the happiness in what's important. It's not about the flowers. It's not about the music. It's not about who sits where. It's really about the essence of what it was. So I'd like to share it with you. It's a 2.5-minute video. Okay, so maybe now after this we can do it and then we'll end with laughter, because we've got like...
When there's nothing but a slow glowing dream that your fear seems to hide deep inside your mind. All alone I have cried silent tears full of pride in a world made of steel, made of stone. Where I
alive. How absolutely precious. I am actually thrown away and blown away by the creativity. That is them taking responsibility for their own joy, which brings us to a WhatsApp message we received. And really, we are enjoying the WhatsApp messages that are coming through. So please keep them coming. This one's from Vanessa, who says, I've always believed that I'm responsible for my own happiness. And this has really helped me a lot in my life. I'm even teaching my kids. So your happiness is your responsibility.
Exactly.
Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. And I would say that this year is all about taking responsibility, being responsible. If you look at the word responsibility, it's about being responsible for oneself. And that's in every way. If you want to be happy, you're the only one who's responsible. You have to make that decision. You have to decide. You have to pivot it. If you want good relationships, you're the one who's responsible, not the other person. If you want that relationship to work, you have to take responsibility, you have to take action, and you have to put in the work. That's the way the world was designed. You know, when you work at something, that's when you see the blessing. That's when you feel that inner success or that inner happiness and joy because you've put so much into it.
And tell me, Shireen, is happiness contagious? Because after watching that wedding video, I am elated. I'm feeling happy and romantic and light.
Yes, happiness is definitely contagious. So Oprah even said, don't bring your negative energy into my room. She had a sign on her door because it is. And you know, if you walk into a room and someone is in a very bad mood or in their negative space, they don't have to say anything at all because everything is energy. Quantum physics says that everything is energy. So we pick up on people's energy. So if someone's feeling sad and depressed or in a bad mood, as you walk in, you'll pick that up. And because energy is in motion, because energy is atoms moving, my energy will affect yours and yours will affect mine. And in the same way is if I'm really happy and you feel that energy, I'm able to pass that happiness on to you at the same time.
And it's received well.
And
Thank
it's always,
you.
yes, it is.
I've got some more questions for you. Don't forget to download the Woover app. It is a ball of a party here. There is so much going on, so much interaction, engagements going on, sharing of articles, sharing of stories and information. But a question for you, Shireen. Someone says, what should one do when someone laughs during a serious situation or inappropriate time? Now, you are saying, here's the medicine, laugh. But there's not much to laugh about. And when should we be laughing?
Okay, great. That's an excellent question. So people laugh at an inappropriate time for a very specific scientific reason. So what happens when we get very stressed is that the cortisol and adrenaline is so hectic in our brains that eventually it will start destroying brain cells. So we have two ways of releasing. One is crying and one is laughing. So, you know, if someone trips, you don't mean to laugh, but they'll trip and fall and you go, sorry, are you okay? You know? Or at a funeral, a person will just start laughing. And that is actually, when you laugh, it actually releases all of your feel-good chemicals that reverse the cortisol and adrenaline in your brain. So laughter, at the moment, there doesn't seem like there's much to laugh at. And the whole idea about using laughter as a tool, and that's what I wanted to get into, is that you don't have to have anything to laugh about. You just have to do it. In the same way as if you want to be fit or you want to be strong and you want to go to gym and you want to build muscles, you may not feel like it, but you'll still go and you'll still run or you'll jog or you'll do whatever. If you want to be happy, laughter is the only tool given to mankind that has the ability to reverse the effects of stress on the physical body.
And that's exactly what we need right now. We are so stressed. I want to do a final question before you give us some of these tools. Someone says, are there icebreakers or short group exercises that you can recommend that can use to boost overall team morale? Now think about it. Teams are isolated right now. How do we boost that morale?
So laughter is a brilliant way, and I will get into that, and I will share a little bit of that with everyone so they know how to use it. And they're welcome to contact me for more advice, and there's tons of stuff on the internet around it. But just doing that, doing stuff like breathing together or humming. So humming is very powerful. And if you all do it in a group, and I know it sounds weird, humming, but think about it. Humming is something that's very simple to do, but it's a noise vibration. And if everything is energy, which it is, we know, because we're all atoms, vibrations change the way you feel. And when you hum, you can't hum and think simultaneously. The same as when you laugh, you can't laugh and think simultaneously. The brain is not capable of doing it. So when we hum, just even a very loud hum, like hum, that noise permeates our brain and stops thoughts and connects us. And it becomes funny, and people will laugh, and people will connect. And so that is something that people can do on their own or as a group. And then we'll get into laughter, and I'll explain that is the most powerful way of connecting people, getting out of this space into this space, and really being able to connect and feel better instantly, and the results are instant.
I'm keen to hear that. I'm going to take my seat and let you take over.
I'm going to ask you to stand
professional that
here.
you are. Do you want me here? I'll stay.
I would love you to be here because what I'm going to do is explain it, and then I'd like you to engage with me.
Absolutely.
We'll just do a quick practice,
Sure.
so that everyone can see how we do it, and hopefully they can join along. Because it's always better to laugh with someone. You can do it if you're laughing alone, but it's so much better to do it when you're with someone.
I'm keen.
Okay, so laughter coaching was something that was developed over 25 years ago by a medical doctor who was looking at how do we get the brain to release our feel-good hormones? What do we do to feel happier from a scientific and physiological and biochemical level? And what he found is that when we laugh, laughter creates or gets the brain to release serotonin and opiates, which is the love drug, and dopamine, which is the motivating drug, and endorphins, which is the happy feel-good drug, and also painkiller. How do we get the brain to do that? Because, as you said, laughter is wonderful, and we need to be doing more of it, but there's not much to laugh about, and we don't find ourselves laughing every single day. And, if you've heard a joke once and it's hysterically funny, it's not funny the next day.
Yeah.
So how do we get ourselves to do that? And he did a lot of research where he found that the brain cannot tell the difference between real and simulated or fake laughter. So whether you're laughing because you heard a funny joke, or you're simply laughing just for the sake of it, the brain doesn't know the difference, and the brain goes, Shireen's happy, and I'm going to release feel-good chemicals into her body, and I'm going to reverse the cortisol and adrenaline that's just pumping through my blood all day, every day.
I love that.
So laughter is almost like picture caveman, right? He went out to get dinner, and he was walking along in the woods, and there was a lion, and he was petrified, and he was scared. And what happened? His breathing became short and shallow. He released adrenaline, stress hormone, cortisol, put him into fight or flight. And what did he do? He turned around and ran. And if you look at our lives today, we are that man. We are the caveman turning around and running every single day. But what happened with the caveman is the minute he got to safety, or she got to safety, they could stop, breathe again normally, and the body would re-regulate. We never get to that place of safety. So we're constantly in fight or flight. And so what laughter does is that it has the ability to completely reverse those chemicals to get you back into that place of perfect balance, without you having to do anything. So again, how do we do this? We need the brain to produce these drugs. We don't have anything funny to laugh at. So what do? We fake it.
Are we going to fake it now?
And the idea is fake it till you make it. So there's a whole lot of exercises, and these exercises are a lot like picture going to a gym. You're doing push-ups and sit-ups and pull-ups. These are little exercises where we have to bring out the inner child. This is where pivoting happiness comes in.
Okay.
You have to find the happiness yourself. You have to let yourself go. You have to say, it's okay for me to be silly. It's okay. In actual fact, it's amazing for me to be silly because I wasn't put here to be serious and grumpy and miserable. I was not. So what do is we fake the laughter. Now, you can do this on your own. And I would love you all watching to do this looking at us and doing it together. because laughter is contagious. So the minute you laugh, even if you're faking it, it doesn't matter, remember. But once you start laughing, because we have mirror neurons in our brains, we mirror one another's emotions, and suddenly you may find that you start laughing. So an easy one that can be done anytime, anywhere, is all you have to do is think, no matter how ridiculous this feels, no matter how silly, how stupid it feels, I'm just going to make the biggest, loudest laugh that I possibly can in order to get maximum drugs. More laughter, more drugs. That's just how it works. Okay. So here's an easy one. Take your cell phone, pretend cell phone.
Okay.
Put it to your ear. Mm-hmm. You're going to pretend, and please do this with us, you're going to pretend that you're having the funniest conversation you've ever had in your entire life. The person on the other side of the phone is really crazy, mad, and we're just going to start laughing. And you can start with a giggle and make it louder and louder. And then when you hear other people laugh, that laughter can become contagious. And remember, if the entire time you're thinking, what a load of rubbish. That's cool. You just think I want drugs. Okay, so let's go on the count of 3. So put your phone to your ear. Here. And we're going to count 1, 2, 3, giggle. And you can look at me.
Okay. All right, the phone conversation is hilarious. It is hilarious. And once you start getting over the fact that you feel silly and laughing at nothing, it actually does become funny.
Yes, and this is instant gratification. You want to feel happy, laugh now, you'll feel happy immediately afterwards. And this is a really cool thing that companies can do with their teams, especially on Zoom, where there's so much stuff out there on different types of exercises that you can do. You can make up your own. You can have them pertaining to work stuff or to serious stuff that you want to make light, and just connect with your teams like that, and then start your meetings.
But Shireen, what would you say to someone who's watching and saying, I am overwhelmed, I'm inundated, I just took a salary cut, I might get a job loss in the next few months, I have a bad marriage, my kids are all over the show. Why am I faking laughter? I don't have time for this on a work call. Let's focus on the work and keep it moving. What would you say to a naysayer like that?
I'd say you don't have a choice. I'd say you actually don't have a choice, because whether you're going to lose the job or get a pay cut, or whether your kids are impossible, or whether you've got to do homeschooling, those things are not going away. They are still going to be there. And you may not have time, and that's where I said pivoting happiness. So you may not have time on that work call for happiness, but the result is more overwhelm, more anxiety, more depression, more stress. And that's where taking responsibility, making a choice. Yes, these things are here and they're not going to go away. Do I want to go through them and sink in the sand, or do I want to go through them and lie on the beach? They're still happening. You can't change them. So this is not the answer to life's problems, because we're still working it out. No one knows. And I certainly wouldn't profess to even try and tell you. But it's how you feel when you're doing it that gives you the strength and the resilience in order to do it in a better way.
I think if there's one thing we can do well is laugh. It's the only thing that we have for free at this point, because nothing is free anymore.
Yes, and laughter really is. And as I said, it's a gift from God. It's the only thing given to man that can reverse the effects of stress. Let's use it.
I am going to get into my car after today and laugh at absolutely nothing so that I can become one of your very happy people, a VHP.
Thank you. I would really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'd like to just leave everyone with a blessing, if that's okay. So laugh as much as you can. Try and pivot. It's hard. It's tough. But make the choice. And step by step, if you start there, you move there, you move there, and soon you'll be looking there and it'll be a whole different view. So take the decision to make the change. And let your focus be to be smile millionaires, because that's the most valuable millionaire you can be.
A smile millionaire.
Smile millionaire.
Thank you so much, Shireen. I really appreciate that. We're going to move on to our next speaker, who is our keynote address today. I have been dying to meet her in person, and COVID-19 made sure that I don't. When I say dynamite comes in small packages, it is a huge understatement. It is an honor for me to intro our keynote speaker, Lynette Nduli, who will be talking to us because we do know our theme is Women Reimagined. And she will be talking to us about transforming talent and technology and value in a post-COVID-19 world. Who are you going to be post-COVID-19? Lynette, please take it away.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. All right. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the very kind introduction and welcome. I've also had the opportunity to laugh with the ladies over the last 15 minutes, and it's just so amazing that in spite of the circumstances we find ourselves in, we also just have the opportunity just to have this space and this time together to also just focus on ourselves, our state of mind, in spite of the state of the world. Thank you again to all the wonderful partners who have brought us together as part of the Voices of Change webinar. And it's such a pleasure this morning, rather this afternoon, to be here with all of you to share a few thoughts about what's changing in the world around us. I know that this morning the conversations have been very personal, but they've also been very practical in how they've given us all a little bit of insight and hopefully tools and foresight that will take us forward in the ways that we need to. It's unbelievable that it's already August. It's also unbelievable that for many of us, we have spent the last 5 months at home and in many ways, very much away and distanced from the rest of the world. I, for one, am absolutely sure that my luggage and my passport think I've died. But in spite of that, I certainly know that I'm very alive from a perspective of technology and how we've been able to really change the way that we navigate our business lives, our personal lives, but also change the way in which we deliver value. And that's largely been because of our ability to connect through technology. But you know, it's been so interesting re-evaluating how we connect and listening to the earlier conversation. Connection is not just about telephonic infrastructure and our ability even to connect to others via those telephone lines or emails and all the different models that we've found. But also, how do we connect the things that can only be experienced about ourselves, about our work, and about the type of impact that we want to make out into the world without actually sharing energy, without sharing platforms, without sharing space with others. So I thought this morning I would reflect a little bit on some of the issues and even some of the pointers that have helped me personally weather this particular transition in our global economy and in our global community, and even the way that we do business. And I certainly hope that a little bit of what I have to share this morning will also in turn assist everybody on the line with us and in person and studio navigate some of the things that I think have probably challenged us and are going to continue to challenge us and force us to rise differently and vibrate and almost vibrate at a different frequency differently as we navigate certainly the rest of the 2020 year. So I wanted to start my session this morning with a video, and I'm going to go straight into it.
Would it be easier for you if I wasn't so fast? Would it be simpler if I stopped winning? Would you be more comfortable if I was less proud? Would you prefer I hadn't worked so hard? didn't run. Or chose a different sport. Or stopped at my first steps. That's too bad, because I was born to do this.
So, ladies, I thought I'd start on that note in the sense that whilst this year has been extremely overwhelming for many of us on so many different fronts, and the seismic shifts that we've seen in the world have been overwhelming, I wanted to start on the note that firstly, yes, we can do it, but secondly, we have to do it. And often I use this picture, which is from the G20 Osaka summit that took place last year. And I often say this is the problem statement we find ourselves with in the world today. If you remove all the males in this picture, you are left with only 3 females in this particular picture. And boy, oh boy, has 2020 shown us how important the role of women are, not just in civic society, in our communities, in our homes, but also in politics, the economy, and even in the discourse related to equality, the work that we do globally, but also how the rest of the world is able to connect and connect around different issues. I think all of you have probably seen the numbers and the statistics related to the participation of women in global economies and professions, as well as in different spaces, particularly related to politics, to governance the world over, as well as understood very closely some of the challenges that women continue to face at work. And I think every year in August, it becomes as important for us to also reflect on, whilst we've come quite far, it's still incumbent upon us, and it remains incumbent upon us as women to continue to advocate in our own spaces, but also in some of our broader spaces against some of the vast inequalities that exist in our ability to participate meaningfully in the workplace. Certainly in our own country, in our own institutions, a very big focus around inequality, and even some of the challenges women face this year have been related to social security, have been related to our ability to meaningfully contribute to the economy, but also what the economy contributes back to us. And it would seem that whilst in many instances we're hoping somebody will hear us, will see us, and will change the concourse of history for us, it keeps coming back to the issue and the central point, so that we're on our own, and in so many ways we have to continue to do the work. Similarly, I thought I would share this reflection on women in business. A great many women in the world have joined the entrepreneurial ranks of our economies, and we're seeing these numbers continue to rise formidably in economies, not just in our own continent, but also globally. But it's also quite interesting to note that in spite of the numbers rising dramatically, women's inequalities that they face both in the labor market but also in civil society are carrying through right across to their ability to meaningfully transact in the entrepreneurial space, in trade negotiation, but also in their ability to create new businesses, new markets, new skills, and even create new products. And so this discourse is also one that continues for us, is also about us, and in many instances as women also change employment and the form of employment because of the pandemic itself. Entrepreneurship has become certainly a very attractive, but also a certainly very possible endeavor for many women. And having to do so in a crisis means it's probably 1,000 times more difficult. Now, of the statistics that are reflected on the screen to you about some of the challenges reflected about how women work, but also women are challenged by in business, The one big divide that is not commonly shared, simply because in many, many instances it's simply not measured, is a woman's ability to access, but also women's propensity to interact with technology, particularly in the space of the development of technology, the ownership of technological infrastructure, and of course our contributions to how technology ultimately comes to serve the world, its businesses, different product markets, and segments related, of course, to our preferences and needs. If you take a look at South Africa's ICT sector in particular, we've noted over the last few years a very interesting but almost dangerous trend, in the sense that while South Africa has grown significantly in terms of its ability to dominate continental and global markets in what it puts out in terms of new types of technologies, whether it is fintech, technologies related to some of our priority sectors, whether it is insurance or agriculture, construction, and different types of even products. Very few of those businesses and innovations, those app developments that so many of us have come to enjoy, are driven, are led, and are even developed by women. And so in many, many instances, we end up only on the end of being the consumer, but not necessarily the deciders, the differentiators, and the influencers of how that technology works best for us. 2020 puts the digital divide, I think, in a far clearer and in a far more significant light in terms of how our economies as well as societies have worked in and around technology, the fourth industrial revolution, as you've heard about it, but also now how women themselves can continue to participate when in so many ways they've actually been excluded from this particular paradigm. 2020 is defining times. And I love this quotation because the only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. And as we navigate our way through this period in time, one of my very big reflections during lockdown and the work from home, or shall we call it the live at work revolution, has been really taking into account at how technology in so many ways during this 5-month period has democratized so many things for us. It's democratized education. It's democratized information. It's democratized our workplaces. It's democratized the way in which we were able to work, deliver, serve, receive different services and solutions as well. Retail, it's all completely all in its head. And so in so many ways, whilst we used to be constrained by everything from schedules to buildings to classrooms and the like, this defining time has also said to us, well, it might be time for you to become free. And one of the ultimate freedoms that you and I have enjoyed during this period is that very access to technology. One of the things I also wanted to reflect on during these defining times have been some of the movements that we have seen right the way around the world that have been precipitated by, some of the structural flaws in our societies and in our economies globally. And it's been very interesting to see how those lenses, irrespective of whether you're a first world country or a third world country, have been in so many ways similar and shared. We've seen revolutions, as it were, and I call them revolutions, certainly related to how the young and the old have had to interact moving through this defining period in history. To those of you with elderly parents who had their rituals and their own way of life in terms of they perhaps go to their church services on a Sunday morning, they come over to visit for sort of a Tuesday evening dinner and interact with their grandparents. We all know that our generation 70 plus are now fully savvy with their Zoom calls, Skype church services, and even interacting with their peers and colleagues right around the world, all at the convenience of their homes, but also using their handsets in ways that, in many ways, have both frustrated, but also fascinated us as we've helped them. So whilst in the past and in so many ways we would refer to millennials and Generation X, Y, and Z, we can certainly see that a far bigger proportion of our populations have become Generation Next. And certainly as we've even watched the evolutions in terms of how we work, how education, for instance, has also been impacted. And whilst there are those who've not been able to come along and with, and which is the great societal divide of inequality, we've also seen in so many ways how those choices for both young and old have been catapulted and catalyzed quite differently. We've also seen a very big and very interesting focus on the African continent. The African continent, and I guess because of its history, has faced a great many challenges. Our challenges revolve around everything from volatility and political stability to economic regressions, power battles and strife. Of course, the issues that reflect on poverty, unemployment, and huge and very important issues. But it's also been really, really interesting to note that particularly when faced by the COVID-19 pandemic, how resilient our continent has been. And a large part of our continent's resilience has been facilitated by our formidable experience in the past in navigating through challenge and navigating through difficulty, in confronting challenges, but still continuing to choose to live, choose to progress, choose to go on. Almost at the forefront also that have people who've come through, not just on the African continent, but right the way around the world, are women. And whilst we've certainly seen the different movements, Black Lives Matter globally in the US, starting in the US, and then, of course, spreading around the world, if one takes a closer look at who the organizers of many of these revolutions, shall I call them, and who are those who have been driving the most significant initiatives related to policy change, related to social organization and progress, you typically find the voices of women. You also typically find the organizational skills and the capabilities of women driving these very significant movements right the way around the world. In recent times, we've seen all of us in black and white online, all sharing in the challenge that we gave each other in the last week and a half. And again, that was women coming out very strongly against gender-based violence following some incidents in the Middle East. We've similarly seen, massive uprisings for the same reasons in countries such as Egypt and countries such as Turkey, and even in a few nations on the continent itself, as the issues related to women, whether it has been women's health, women's vulnerability in terms of their access to education, to economic opportunity, and even some of the relief efforts that have been coordinated globally have all come into the spotlight. What's also been really interesting, however, is also to see with the push around putting women's issues into the spotlight, is how women have also been at the forefront of innovation. Some of the big innovations that women have in this period in time really taken up. We've seen that a woman is leading the vaccine trial that has come out of Oxford University. Some South Africans who may be watching us today may even be participating in that particular trial. And that's a hugely significant step forward, not just for mankind, but also the representation of women in global efforts related to science and related, of course, to the sustainability of the planet. We've also seen women come forward to revolutionize the way you and I are able to enjoy and experience technology, particularly on the retail front. I, for one, have a black belt in shopping. And so it has been incredibly important during this transition to put down that black belt, strap on the cookies online, and make sure that one has able to access both our provisions, but also the same type of convenience and array of choice in terms of products that we have always enjoyed, but more importantly have certainly seen come through. And it's been really exciting to see how women-owned businesses, whilst they have really struggled to find themselves in a space where they can easily access some of the relief interventions that have come through from different spaces, whether it's the private sector or the public sector, have found new ways to operate. And you see that in how women-owned businesses profile themselves differently, particularly to all of us online, how they're coordinating their activities, and even how we're having this event. We're having this summit at this large scale for right throughout the concourse of the day. And we're making sure that the critical conversations, but also the critical movements that women are making are attended to, and we're continuing with the necessary actions around them. So who does the future belong to in these defining times? It belongs to the agile, it belongs to the brave, and I think perhaps most importantly, it belongs to those who respond, and respond to the challenge in front of us in such a way that they say, right, my absolute and my very possibility, my existence means that I'm going to back against the trend to be down, to be forlorn, to give up, and even be despondent. And I'm going to find new ways to connect, new ways to do work, new ways to find balance, new ways to integrate the different activities that I have to get done. But also I'm going to find new ways in which to use my intuition and some of my own talents and gifts to weave a space for myself and weave spaces for others even into the new world that we find ourselves in. So some of the great gifts that we have and are naturally talented with, primarily the gift of intuition, and primarily our ability to connect others, to connect ideas, to connect many different things as they go on, and our ability to simultaneously coordinate so many things is certainly one of the great gifts and talents that as women we have, and that will take us further forward. So what does our game plan now become? Particularly in a world where we see these big seismic shifts in all the systems that count, whether it is politics, it's economic, it's social, it's cultural, it's technological, and in so many different spaces. And already what we do know and what we do accept is that as women, we were already trying to lead and participate in a world and in a construct that we'd been hesitantly invited into. Now, of course, that same construct has been shaken at its very core. And again, we're being asked to say, well, how do we remain effective and how do we remain responsive without, of course, losing sight of the fact that we will participate, of the fact that our possibility is still important, and of course with the fact that we do still have a way to go in terms of how we influence and shape the very world that you and I need to continue to be in. And so whilst bigger issues, and should we say more humanity-driven issues, have maybe in certain instances even clouded the way we deal with specific societal issues. The issues of women, the presence of women, the provision of women, the protection of women have all and still remain absolutely paramount in terms of our own focus, but in terms of the world's focus and making sure that we're able to change some of the constructs, because this again is also with this big new reset of everything in the world is the opportunity to really begin to change and shape it differently. So we need a game plan and a strategy, of course, for each of us, whether you're working in your office at home, you're no longer working, you're participating in a community of some form or the other, or you're interacting at different levels in the game. It means that with this change, with this reset, and of course with this new context, we have to make a few of our old choices, but we've probably got a whole range and gamut of new choices to make as well. And I think for all of us, having not just the time, but also the space to step back from a very busy world, to step back into our homes, to step back into the spaces where perhaps, and in many instances, and I hope that we feel most at liberty to think what we think, say what we say, and say first. We've also had, hopefully, the opportunity over the last 5 months to think about what isn't working, who won't we work with, and what goes against the principles and values of our own internal conversations that we often have with ourselves. And so as we begin to really correlate that, what does it mean now to take my talents, my natural God-given talents, but also the talents and skills that I'm honing, and how do I translate those into new values in a new world that is trying to grapple with a new context, but is now also having to use this new platform and these new ways in which to engage, to meet, to speak, to raise different issues, and that's, of course, technology as our big horizontal. How am I going to specifically position myself in the midst of these very big movements around me? One of my biggest beliefs is always that in leadership, in development, and even how we conduct ourselves in business, our greatest assets are focus, our clarity, are having support, or giving ourselves time, but perhaps most importantly is finding our own individual voice. And I think certainly what we've discovered in this period in time, where we've now had to meet each other on digital platforms, where we're trying to connect and create relations, create transactions, complete projects, and even lead others, your voice has become both the energy and temperature gauge of a room, and your voice has also become, the tool, the resource, and perhaps the fundamental resource in moving others, in shifting ideas, but also in so many ways in cementing one's place in a world where you're not in a room with anybody else, but everybody has got to have, or at least sense, some form of an experience of your presence in these virtual rooms. Time. We are all certainly working longer hours and longer days. I certainly always believe that working from home would maybe enable us to have a few more hours in the day to perhaps get some gardening done before the day kicks off, or more time to get to gym and have a full breakfast. But in so many ways, because we're so connected through technology, our days start very early, and before you know it, it's 10, 11, midnight on most days, and you're still, as it were, handcuffed to your home desk. And so time, of course, and how we prioritize that time, especially if you're also now at home or living at work, as it were, and trying to balance the needs of perhaps children who are also at school. You're trying to balance perhaps even some of your own and other responsibilities. You're trying to balance sanity and their ability to even find humor and humanity during this moment in history. Just how we use our time and what we give time to has become incredibly important. We've also seen the importance of support during this particular time. The human, as we know, is one who doesn't live as an island, and we are so interdependent on one another. And so not being together, particularly at a difficult time where there is also just so much illness, so much death, so much devastation financially for many families and the like, it's become incredibly important for us again to look at what do our support structures look like, where are they, and how do we best continue to chip into them. Of course, with that and making some of the choices and decisions I was talking about earlier, it's also helped us to clarify what we want, what we need, what we will demand next, and what we're going to give ourselves and our talents to. And with that, of course, comes focus. And what I'm quickly learning is that during this period, and having had the space to step back and really think about these assets, that squandering any of these very quickly squanders your energy, your ability to impact, your ability to reach, not just others, but to also reach your aspirations and your goals, but also ultimately your ability to be effective. And I think when we talk about effectiveness, it doesn't only play itself out in the business world and in the professional context as well. But I think for many of us, having now being so distant and disconnected from the rest of the world, and perhaps not being as distracted as we may have been, effectiveness is almost a need for all of us. It's right in there with Maslow's needs, as it were. So on top of the traditional hierarchy, Wi-Fi, the ability to feel as though, in spite of us being disconnected, we are still useful, we are still appreciated, our work is still needed in the world in spite of us being out of the world, is something that is increasingly very important to not just our emotional and psychological well-being, but also just to our sense of self and whether we're moving effectively towards our own objectives related to our self-actualization. So this is the point in the conversation where for all of us, as we, work through our assets, we work through technology, we're trying to make some very big, significant choices. We're also trying to find strategic ways to navigate some of the challenges, but also some of the new opportunities that have thrust themselves to us in this world, where we almost also need to take a step back and have a conversation. I call it the internal audit, but the internal audit always starts with 4 words. We need to talk. The world's longest, scariest 4-word sentence. And we need to talk is not just about sitting at the boardroom table or calling together that Microsoft Teams meeting or calling even a family meeting to talk about what it is that we all specifically need. It also is very much a conversation that starts in oneself. And starting in oneself and doing the assessment of our value, given that now we have a very clear understanding of what our focus are, what our priorities are, what the strategies perhaps we want to take are, is now beginning to say, well, what is the business I'm on? And the operative word for me in that sentence is I. I'm a big believer that in every team, in every organization, in every structure, in every sector, and even in every country, before we become groups, before we become collectives, we start as me's before we become we's. And so that clarity of your own mission, the clarity of your own why, the clarity of your own purpose, as you redefine, as the world around us shifts and we begin to understand how we connect with others and how that connectivity translates into effectiveness, translates into impact, and also translates into what our contribution in the world becomes, is very, very closely linked to us answering this particular question. What is the business I'm on? And with that, what then is my intent with that business? So what steps am I going to follow and what steps am I going to take to effect the business that I have decided I am on? So earlier I was just talking a little bit about how with clarity and obviously understanding how focused one is, it then becomes very clear to start saying, okay, so what exactly am I going to do? Having dealt with what you no longer will participate in, what you won't go for, and what you want to move to. We're living in a period of change, and with change is best measured by the movement between what was, what is, and what is then possibly next. And so that measurement is something that even applies to daily changes, weekly changes, monthly changes, and even how often in many ways we change our minds around the spaces we operate in, the steps we will take, the business that we're on, how we interact, and how, of course, we aggregate everything from our talents to our different skills to our objectives and goals, and all the way through to how those have an impact on our ability to effect in the world that we find ourselves in. So one of the questions I often ask myself is, Lynette, is this still your dream? And if the answer is no, I've also decided to give myself permission to change my mind. And in so many ways, as we've watched the world around us change, the world is no longer reliant on us receiving permission from anybody else, but it has become so much more reliant on our ability to make decisions for ourselves, to initiate on our own, and then decide how we fit in to the rest of the broader ecosystem, the rest of the broader society, the rest of a broader economy, and then hopefully be able to temper and measure if we're still doing the right thing that is aligned to our intent and our purpose. And then, of course, finally, the big one is always, how will I know that I'm succeeding? How will I know, especially how I'm succeeding as the goalposts move every week, as the goalposts move every month? Am I running too slow? Am I running too fast? Is it time to transition? Is the world, its events, and the things that are happening around me, perhaps in my inbox, online and elsewhere, forcing me to look at things in another way? When is it time to start? When is it time to stop? When is it time to quit while I'm ahead? And how will I know, of course, that the effectiveness I desire for myself is also effective and experienced by those around me? So always when I tie together the questions of the evolution that we find ourselves living through, I think more and more it's actually forcing us into a paradigm to say, even without technology as the bridge between us, others, our work, and the spaces that we want to find ourselves in, have I done a dipstick and a check on myself in terms of what is valuable about me, what am I still gifted, skilled, and able to contribute to the world, and how, of course, does that translate into how I feel about myself, how I feel about the value I leave on the table, and how I feel about the value that I am still yet to build based on the new discoveries that I am making as a person. So one of the things I often get asked is, Lynette, why did you decide at a point in time to shave off your hair? And it was a hugely personal decision, because in so many ways, the shaving off of one's hair forced me out of a comfort zone about myself. And there's nothing quite like waking up in the morning without the cover of hair and staring at yourself in the mirror. And staring at yourself in the mirror as you are, and then having to go out into the world as you are. And for me, later reflecting on the journey of not having covers and screens and just propelling myself out of positions of cover, as it were, was just a huge test around for myself and answering some of the questions related to my own self-esteem, my own level of self-awareness as a leader, and also just having the questions of saying, well, who are you? Am I who I know myself to be, or am I who I've been told or boxed off to be? And also very much about questioning, am I doing the things I've been told to do, or am I doing the things that have been set to me as my own assignment, what the world needs me to do specifically. So sometimes we do things, and in many ways, whilst they free us from one state, they also begin to delimit us in other states as well. And what that conversation, particularly lined up with the internal audit that I've just been through, led me to, was really starting to look at what my purpose was and how not important it was to seek permission, to define, to put my own value on the table, but also to do the things that I needed to do, to create, to innovate, to change my mind, and to do what is within my possibility, but also within the remit of my talents and my skills. In so many ways, the move out of the physical world has taken away the emphasis in all our lives on form. And in so many ways, we've had to become substantial, in the sense that because it's just a voice that now comes through a screen, and you're not necessarily in the room feeding off energy, able to project higher, be bigger than you need to be in a room, it becomes incredibly important that now, as we connect differently, it's really forced us to all evaluate that, what am I made of? And what am I made of is also being challenged significantly by some of the challenging times that we find ourselves in, in our own personal realm as well. So there's no face on, as it were, and all our faces are off, and we're having to reevaluate even that about ourselves. What is success? And in so many ways, in many of our worlds, success is often defined by what others can see, or some of even the material definitions of what success is. I had a very good laugh recently with my finance manager, and we were just talking about that, in the past, success in so many ways, because of some of the societal definitions of it we have been given, related to, the title perhaps you held, the material, aspects and assets that you perhaps also had, your ability to access luxury goods and travel and so many different things. And as the world would have it, it put us all away at home, and all of those things are all tucked away in our wardrobes, tucked away in our garages, and in so many other places. And so it's also all forced us to really think about significance, as opposed to some of the defining markers of success. Do you feel significant to yourself? Does your life, does your work, does your impact matter? And what matters to you as well? Particularly as we now find ourselves at home, perhaps in closer proximity with those that we love, in closer proximity to issues that perhaps we have avoided in so many ways. And so it's also forcing us to just consider some of those very real life things. With impact, impact is also now about saying, how is everything from your education to your skills to your value experienced, as opposed to how you put it out there. And of course, what's happening is that without breath, without travel, without being all over the show, and being almost forced to sit down and be still in a place, it's also forcing us to deepen our own experiences, but also create depth in relation to all of the issues that I've spoken about, whether it's purpose, our substance, significance, and ultimately our impact. So in order to be a new light, in a very defining time, I think the big question of this period has also asked us, are you willing to burn? So we evaluate. And, one of the big, I'm going to just share some of the big pointers for me that this period has kept me aware of and on top of. One of the big things that has happened during this period is that it's really made us all aware. It's really woken us up to issues outside of ourselves, global issues even in our workplaces, issues related to where we sit, where we stand, and even forced us to find new positions about so many different, often diametrically opposed or even aligned issues in our personal and in our business and our careers and our lives as citizens of a country and a global community. And certainly one post this big transition, we all need to take this with us. And I say this because, as much as many of us are fortunate to have technology to create the bridges, to have an understanding that we're talented and our skills can be transisted in so many ways, and also are fortunate enough to understand how to package our value as we move from one opportunity to the next into different spaces. That as a conversation around being aware was one that is incredibly important, particularly when we see and we take a closer look at the construct of the world that we find ourselves in. Working through COVID-19 as a country has also taught us really, really interesting things around being self-aware, but also being aware of what is going on. And I think one of the biggest issues around it is that as a group project, in many instances, we're failing the group project because in many instances, the issues perhaps related to human settlements, inequality, the vultures at the door were somebody else's problem and not necessarily ours. But now we need everybody's cooperation to get us to succeed at the project. But other people aren't in the classroom. Others want to pass, but they're hoping somebody else will do the work. Others want the project to fail, and they're not contributing at all. Others don't care that the project exists. And so we find ourselves in this space where you're suddenly having to become aware of so many different ideas, ideologies as well. This period has also taken one into a process where we need to take stock and pay attention, and big attention in terms of who we are, whose we are, and how, of course, we then fit into that world that we have become aware of. And I think in that new awareness and taking stock and paying big attention to what's happening around us, it's forcing us also into a space where that context is going to be our future currency. And that context is going to be our future currency, not only in our specific roles and titles, but also in how we engage with others, how we do business with others, and also ultimately what we want to do next as part of a generation next. And next as citizens in a country, next as women in a global community, and next even as individuals. And whilst there is a lot of information available to us, predominantly because we are so connected to the different sets of technologies around us and what they specifically mean, it's also becoming really important for us to distill that information, the intake of that information, into very specific knowledge that then allows us to take it with us as we take space, as we appreciate alternative perspectives. And of course, we expand ourselves into new territory. With that, we soon are clarifying now what our value is, where we're needed, where we shouldn't be, and where we could be. And I always say to women, please add tax and interest to whatever value you find there. There are enough detractors who are willing to discount that. So it becomes critically important that you are clear, you are focused, and you package that value and how you can move that value from space to space, opportunity to opportunity in a meaningful way. And perhaps more importantly, also look at how you can connect that value in different spaces. Technology has been a fantastic bridge to be able to do that. We've seen women create. I'm learning so much from women online at the moment because everybody either has had time to write or podcast or put up videos and put out their thoughts and information and the like. And I love that. But of course, what's critically important then is how do you curate that value and make sure that past this period and past this connectivity, the world will still go on to appreciate it, but be impacted as well by that continued sharing of that value and skill. And I think based on that point, it's just about understand the incremental value and advantage of what it is that you create and what you put out for. Believe in yourself and believe in me, and that's incredibly important. In this age and space where the world is in crisis, economies are in crisis, workplaces are in crisis, please best believe that whilst everybody is trying to have common interest in place, it's very difficult to think for hold up others when in so many different ways we're just so tired. We're exhausted by having to carry just so much. So it becomes critically important that as much as we carry others and we're hoping others are carrying us, that you're also front, back, center and sides carrying yourself. And the biggest way in which to carry yourself is to wake up each and every morning and continue to believe in yourself. Nobody should back you more than you back yourself. I often say to everybody around me that if you don't care about yourself, you don't care about the work you put out, you don't care about detail, why should anybody else? And I think that is something that certainly as the construct of the world around us begins to change, and it becomes important that we look at our dependencies, but perhaps more importantly, we also look at the dependency we have on ourselves. And how can that change to better support who we are, who we want to be, and how we want to go out into the world. And don't be afraid to be team too much. There is no such thing as team too much anymore. And fear in so many ways is going to stop so many people from starting over, from doing things differently, from being who they need to be. And I think this democratization of everything from knowledge to the world around us, to fresh ideas, to alternative expressions and perspectives, is something that, particularly as women, we should definitely embrace. And it goes back certainly to saying, what do I want to say? How am I going to articulate that voice? And more importantly, what do I want to do? And is what I'm going to do too much? Well, let the world decide that, but more importantly, allow yourself to do what it is that you consider to be outside your comfort zone and beyond even the realms of the reality, perhaps, that we find ourselves in right now. Please invest in your growth. And when I talk about investments in the growth, there's always a return on the type of efforts that we continue to make. It's been very difficult during this period of time just to get our minds to sit still so that we can learn further, we can investigate new skills. We can look at different ways to develop ourselves, but there is always space to even take some of the unstructured and the informal ways of learning around us and add those into the conversation and even the paradigm of our growth. If you've learned during this particular period in time how to terminate your employment or terminate the employment of others, shut down a business, reduce your budgets into half, run a series of meetings, coordinate year-end reports and the like virtually, you have had a masterclass in an education that no formal institution of learning in relation to agility, in relation to the management of complexity, and even building resilience in a team can offer you. And that is continued growth. And even though we are so challenged, I hope that in each of us there is a part that recognizes how we have risen to the task, and we've often risen to situations and circumstances that we've never believed we would have gotten through in so many ways. So continue to be in pursuit of whatever mastery that you're looking for. Continue to be disciplined around where you put your energy and your impact. Continue to respect the work that you do and respect the spaces that you occupy, because whilst in many instances they're not physical rooms, as it were, but the space that we occupy in the world has become far vaster, far more democratized, and far more available to even others that in a direct or even in an indirect way would have been able to reach us, and what it valued is that we are here to leave in the world. And what I certainly hope with that is that it'll leave us feeling esteemed enough to believe that we will go on, and that whilst the race has called on us to run it differently, it's still our race, and it's a race that I certainly hope that all of you will be able to finish, as it were. So try these things at home. Continue to explore. Continue to think and case that thinking. Don't be afraid to not be with the herd. And this is, I guess, one of the big freedoms of a time like now, is that it also gives us time to really think about, what do I want to be part of, what I don't want to be part of. Also, don't be afraid to venture first. Whether you create something, you innovate, you use a tool, a resource, a project, an idea differently, don't be afraid to go there first. Do the work. I know we're working harder, but there's also work to do even on ourselves. And I kept reflecting back on the work and the conversations that we have to have with the me before we become part of this greater community of we's that is looking to position and in many ways also gain benefits from our value, from our talents and skills, and our ability to connect different ideas. Prove the concepts that you want to also work on, and the things that are starting to perhaps even feel within your particular reach. Stay on top of everything that's going on. Context is indeed not just a future currency, but is actually a currency of a time called now. Partner with others, whether it's others in your home, others in your virtual workspaces, others in different communities and in different spaces. Never has the world been more isolated, but also never has the world needed us to work together and include each other differently in so many different ways. And of course, let us look at ways and interesting ways in which we can use either the tools that have become available to us or our ability now to traverse so many different worlds to create a new integration of so many of the new things we have learned, but also what the world needs today. Of course, please stay balanced in how much you take on, because it's also, whilst it's a scary world, it's also an exciting world. But please don't burn out. We certainly need you here for the long term. And with that, ladies, I'm happy to take a few questions. And thank you very much for listening to me. I would have loved to be in the room and meet everybody in person. But I certainly hope that all of you will go on to enjoy your Women's Month weekend. And also enjoy the rest of the activities, the conversations, and programs you're going to participate in for the balance of the year. Thank you.
Thank you so very much to Lynette Ntuli for that powerful message. It was so informative, because how can we really pivot ourselves and making sure that we also remain balanced? I love what she said about sitting with the hurt, because so often we do try and run away from it. And when she says to us, who does the future belong to? The future, she said, belongs to the agile, the brave, and those who embrace new ways. There's no way we can stay here and complain and complain. We need to embrace it. It is what it is. It is here, and we must face it. I also particularly encouraged about what she's saying about trusting your intuition. It is so important, because we get bogged down by our accolades, our achievements, and all these external things. And what 2020 is showing us is that we have those things internally. And if we take the time to sit and listen to such wise words that Lynette has shared with us, we actually have a future in a post-COVID-19 world. Would you agree, Lynette?
Oh, absolutely. And I think, why I really wanted to, speak to the issue of valuing ourselves and filling our own cups and taking a step back to think for ourselves is that typically as women, particularly in a crisis, we rush out to go save the world and everybody else. But, as they say on the airplanes, put on your own oxygen mask and then attend to children and other passengers around you. And I think this period in time has definitely in so many ways given us the space, not necessarily the time, because I know that our days are also full, but I certainly hope that it's just given us the space to put ourselves, in front of ourselves and really shape ideas of who we want to be, how we want to affect and impact the world, and how we're going to package that, whether we're in a business, we're at home, we're part of a team. But it's so incredibly important to understand and articulate the value of self in a world that is now demanding us to give differently, to play differently, to contribute differently. Yeah.
Would you agree, Lynette, that, Shireen earlier said these aren't unprecedented times, but changing times, and maybe that changes our perception of how we tackle the challenges that we find ourselves in?
No, these are changing times. Definitely. And it's all about mindset, I think, as well. You can view this as devastation, or you can view this as a real opportunity to reset. And in so many ways, I hope for every woman who's listening, this has given us all just an opportunity to step out of what was, to step out of anything that wasn't working for us, to leave anything that in that old normal, that old construct was not for us, was not our dream. And now, because history is literally saying, girl, go get your life. We are going in, getting our lives, So I certainly hope that that's what this has presented as an opportunity for all of us.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, Lynette. I hope you are warm. I hope you are safe. I hope you are sanitized and you're not moving anywhere. And you have a fantastic Women's Day weekend.
And same to everybody who is on the line, to the ladies who asked the questions. I certainly hope that I tried to answer them and integrated them as best as possible in my presentation. Please stay safe. Please stay healthy. Please stay strong. But more importantly, I certainly hope that we're all going to meet each other on the finish line, firstly, of the transition we're going through, but well into the future as well, as we redefine, our place in society and, of course, the type of effect we're going to have.
Oh, absolutely. I truly do miss physical touch, and I look forward to meeting you too, as well as everyone else who's been tuned in. We are going to take a lunch break, but before we take our 30-minute break, I just wanted to remind you the hashtag is Voices of Change and Getting to Equal, because that's exactly what we're looking for. We're looking to get to equal. I spoke to Ntombi earlier in the week, and she said to me, Masa, we're not in competition with men. We're not in competition with men. We're trying to empower ourselves alongside men. And I'm so encouraged to know that there are men as well who are tuning in, and we're not operating in us and them, but we're coming together not only as women, but as humans. At the end of the day, we are all facing these challenges. I also wanted to do some housekeeping and remind you to please check at 3 o'clock, we have our Leaders Walk. Now, it is going to be phenomenal. Absolutely amazing to hear different women's stories about how they navigate their careers and the spaces that they find themselves in today. Colleen sent a calendar request a couple of weeks ago and then a reminder yesterday, so everyone should have been pre-registered. It is a separate link to the one that you're using now and the link that we'll be using for our panel discussion after lunch. That was already sent by Colleen. If you do not have it, it's a little bit tricky, but maybe if you try your luck, you can, smile nicely with Colleen, send some emojis in addition to that, and hopefully you'll be a part of it because you really don't want to miss out. Don't forget, again, Voices of Change is the hashtag, and hashtag Getting to Equal. We're going to take a 30-minute break. It's exactly 1:30 right now, and at 2 o'clock, I will be back. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. Is everyone still awake? I was doing one of my exercises of laughing at nothing to see if this thing actually works. And tell me if it works for you, because I'm telling you, it really is working for me. I'm having a fantastic time. I'm learning so much. I'm actually in such good spirits. I feel like this is a great kickstart to a beautiful long weekend, even though we are facing so much adversity. What is very encouraging for me is the panel discussion that we're about to have. Now, all too often we hear about leaders who don't care, leaders who are unkind. And our partners who have partnered with us for this exceptional event today have brought a representative, a leader from their organization, and these are what I call the big shots. I mean, the big shots, the real kahunas. Like, these ones are the ones making those decisions about healthy working environments and about life beyond COVID-19. Even though we may not see it right now, we will actually have another world after COVID-19. Just a quick one. I actually just finished covering a story comparing the two pandemics between the Spanish flu and COVID-19. And look at us 100 years later. We survived the Spanish flu. So we will survive COVID-19. And these leaders and trailblazers in their industries are here to facilitate this discussion. For this panel, we will be joined by Ntombi Mangwani from Accenture, Siyabonga Nkosi from RMB, as well as Lerato Maupa from Nedbank. We have Isha Mansing from Imperial, Lorraine Hill from Aspen Holdings, Candace Watson from AECI, as well as Vuyo Mageja from Pfizer. Like I said, what they have to say about their role as leaders is crucial. It is very crucial, and I think I am looking forward to hearing some comfort as well. So, without further ado, it is 2:00. It's time for our panel discussion.
Thank you, Masa. I'm so absolutely excited. I finally get to be called a big boss. I finally get to be labeled the one with the big kahunas. I tell you, have made my long weekend. And thank you for recognizing the big bosses in this panel. Once again, to everybody, my name is Ntombi. Our topic today for the panel discussion is leadership. What is leadership and leading through COVID-19 and beyond? What are leaders expected to do? Leading an organization has been demanding and complex as of today. COVID-19 is redefining leadership, putting the workforce in uncharted territories and uncharted environments. There has never been anything as new as what we are experiencing right now. And this new normal is not just about me going into my Zoom meetings and my Teams meeting with my blouse and scarf on top whilst I'm having my tracksuit pants below the table. It's also about understanding how the mind shift of the employee and of the leader and a collaborative organization coming together and how they collaborate remotely for success. The new normal holds a promise to lead in a new way, in a different way. Leading in an organization is now going to change, and it is far more complex and demanding. COVID-19 has definitely redefined leadership. But don't take it from me. I have a panel of experts who work in this area. So what we're going to do today is we are going to have our experts telling us their thoughts, and we're going to have a robust discussion, also including some of your questions from the chat. So the way we will begin, we have Candace, we have Sia, we have Lerato, we have Isha, we have Vuyo and Lorraine. Each of our panelists will introduce themselves, where they come from, what they do, and they will give us their position on what leading through COVID-19 means to them. Thank you very much. Can we begin with you, please, Candace?
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's really such a privilege for me to be participating in this discussion. and really to be sponsoring this event. That's just not something we do willy-nilly, but it's really at the core and at the purpose of who we are as an organization in terms of gender equality and making sure that we contribute to narratives and debates that make sense. So who are we, AECI? We have about 16 different businesses. We employ over 7,500 people across 26 countries. And we provide services across mining solutions, agriculture, water treatment. So if you think about the nature of our business, what's really core to us is around how to be not only a responsible supplier, but also a responsible employer. And you can imagine when COVID hit us, as an organization, we had to quickly realign. We had to quickly understand that this very novel virus is going to change not just the way we operate and the way in which we provide services, but it's also going to change the way we engage, the way we implement our strategy. Now, what's different to our organization than some organizations that's on the panel today is that the very nature of our products and services was deemed essential. So throughout this entire period, and we've been tracking it for about 5 months, we actually had people working on site, because you can think, mixing chemicals, detonating plants, doing water treatment. The services we provided was essential for economies to continue running. So throughout this period, we had people working for the past 3, 4, 5 months on site at home. And the minority of our workforce was actually fully enabled through technology to continue working. What that meant for us as a leadership team is that we quickly had to constitute a task team that was cross-functional with the relevant expertise. So from an epidemiologist in occupational health to our CEO, the group exco, the chairmen of the pillars, we constituted a team of people. And the reason why we did a cross-functional team is because it really boils down to that narrative about collective wisdom. Each one brings their functional expertise, because when you're really in a very novel, compressed crisis, hierarchy seems to immediately dissipate, and it's around how do you tap into people's core functional strengths and how do you then coordinate a one response plan across 26 countries. So I'm going to park that for a minute in terms of our COVID response. And what I was grappling with in terms of how do we lead through this crisis? How do we lead through this new normal? The question I had, is this really new normal? Has the world really changed? Or could it be that COVID-19 has been the catalyst that we've been waiting for? The catalyst to change, to highlight the systemic changes that is really necessary for us to have a world that's not just gender equal, but a world that's equal for all. And I think when I started reflecting on myself as a woman, as a leader, as a mom, you have to stop and ask yourself the question, am I really adaptable for this change? And am I willing to look at myself in the mirror as a leader and ask the key and critical questions? And that is what I would like to start off the panel with, Ntombi, is really to ask the question, has the world changed? Or is COVID-19 the catalyst for the change that we desperately need?
Thank you very much, Candace. And we move through to Sia, our one and only Rose today on our panel. Thank you, Sia.
Thank you, Ntombi, and a very good afternoon. And what a great honor and a pleasure to be the only Rose. So thank you for that for that recognition. And it really is quite a pleasure to be part of this conversation today. And of course, greetings to the rest of the panel and all delegates participating in today's Voices of Change. My name is Sia, and I'm part of the Rand Merchant Bank business, which is known as RMB, a corporate and investment bank. And similarly to what Candice actually spoke about, so ours was one of the services that has been deemed essential services as part of the response with regards to COVID-19. And I guess the first point for me is to just thank you for the invitation to be a part of this conversation, and especially during this very difficult time in our country, in the world, and in the continent. And given the multiple challenges and opportunities that we face, and of course, COVID-19 adds a dimension of complexity there. Now, if we talk about the role of leaders, and of course, as a group, you would know that we actually launched the SPY initiative, which looked at partnering with government and associated partners in providing relief with regards to the impact of COVID-19, and of course, the extension also to our clients as well as our customers. Whilst that, in fact, continues to be ongoing, I want to talk specifically about the workplace and some of the things that we actually had to put in place in response to COVID-19. But I cannot do this without just reflecting on the fact that all of us are finding ourselves here for the first time. And we're learning as we go. As you were talking, Candice, there are no silver bullets here. It really is about participating, learning, and learning fast and failing fast where you possibly can to be able to move forward. So as I kick off, as I'm talking to you today, I found myself reflecting. So Ntombi, you were talking about being the rose. And I thought to myself, I'm talking today as a leader, but I'm also talking as a son. I'm talking as a brother. I'm talking as a friend. And I'm talking as a professional and multiple other identities that I actually I embrace as a human being. And some of the issues that we really grapple with in the workplace have got to do with our societal structures and where we've come from as a world and also as a country and as a continent. So the first thing I wanted to just reflect on around the importance of the role of leaders is the fact that for the longest time, we've been talking about the importance of seeing people for who they really are and the importance of relationships and conversations. In most cases, one of the key lessons for us is the fact that whilst typically what would have happened given the pace of life is that we would have had very transactional relationships with people and therefore not take the time to actually get to know people at a deeper level. COVID-19 has thrown us in the deep end because it is really asking us to dig deep, to understand our people in totality, in terms of well-being, in terms of physical wellness, in terms of financial wellness, in other spheres that actually influence the quality of their lives. And so I wanted to just reflect that's one of the key lessons for us. And the lessons that I've always embraced is the importance of being able to have authentic and real conversations with people. Because ultimately, the work I've always subscribed to by Susan Scott is that the conversation is a relationship. If you're not having those conversations with people, what are you talking about except work? And as you were talking earlier on, that some of us might be wearing these shirts and I might be wearing whatever else I'm wearing underneath. And the reality is it's about all of us getting to know what are my circumstances around my well-being at home? Am I able to work effectively? Can I balance effectively, etc.? So I think for me, the first and most important foundation here is whether there is a good enough relationship with employees in general in order to be able to channel what Candice was talking about, workforce around deployment strategies of where we need people most. The second is around the role of management and leadership around how do you contract on performance in this virtual world? How do you set those performance expectations? How do you make sure that you understand what people need, whether it be creating time off for people, whether it being able to encourage people to take leave. One of our lessons is sometimes it's important to actually just encourage people in this new world. Most people have not gone on holiday, and therefore they haven't taken time off. Children have been at home, and therefore that challenge around homeschooling means that people actually have not had the time off. So those are some of the lessons for us there. And therefore themes around well-being, caregiving, and education and helping people set clear and very healthy boundaries becomes a very important principle of how you then manage people. And then finally, I want to talk about the world of work, as it were. Some call it the new normal, but for us, it makes sense to think about a response in three ways. We need to deal with the here and now, what people are experiencing every day, the real challenges around infections, the real challenges around family and friends being infected, the real challenges around how to cope and manage those situations when employees are actually confronted with. So that's absolutely important in our strategy, in making sure that we truly understand the dynamics of where we are finding ourselves now. The second dimension is thinking about where do we go from here? And in fact, as I spoke earlier on, starting off with thinking about, we'll return back to work. And guess what? We need to help people mourn the loss of what the workplace was, and what the world, and prepare people for what the workplace is likely to be. And therefore, for us as a business, we're thinking long and hard about what that really means. And then finally, it really is about forecasting into the future in terms of what will work look like, what will the workplace look like, because we don't know. We can look at benchmarks, we can look at what everybody else is doing, but we're learning from each other today around how to shape the new workplace, how to shape the new workforce, and also how to shape work. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Sia. And you mentioned a line of whatever else is underneath the shirt, underneath the table. All I ask is that your company has contracted with you to have a full outfit on. So whatever is underneath the table, you are definitely contracted on your performance contract to have a full outfit on. And I'll leave the rest to everybody else's imagination. And I will move on to Lerato from Nedbank. Thank you, Lerato.
Thank you, Dombi. I'm Lerato Mapa, as Dombi has mentioned, Head of Human Resources. Head of Human Resources for the card payments and transactional business within our retail business banking, and I'm president of the Nedbank Women's Forum, a role that I've had since 2018. And I'd like to take the opportunity now to also acknowledge the Nedbank leadership who have joined the session this afternoon. I'd like to start with our sponsor of the Women's Forum, Kensi Nobanda, who is the Group Executive Marketing and Corporate, and Millicent Lechaba, our Retail Business Banking HR Executive, Chando Lulu-Kele, our Group Technology HR Executive, Pet Mataduka, who is our Chief Data Officer, and in her absence, Raisi Murati, our Chief Financial, who's been for the Women's Forum for many years. These women have spearheaded the gender equality movement and have broken barriers for us, and they continue to support the Nedbank Women's efforts. Really us with matters close to making the vision. So to have us and have taken the learn. And really, when we come back to the role of leaders post-COVID, we've been placed with huge demands. And when you view it, all the leadership theories that have been written, we actually had an opportunity to put them into practice at this time. We've had to be so resilient. We've had to be flexible and adaptable in our approach. Am I online? Yeah. We've had to be adaptable in our approach and have empathy and really listen well and connect well and communicate better and faster with our employees. This time has allowed us to know ourselves and really understand our own abilities as leaders. As one of my colleagues has already mentioned, you cannot start leading others if you do not know yourself as an individual. And we've had to really connect with our people in deeper, meaningful ways and at deeper levels. We can't begin this. We know that being a leader is just a position, but it's really about who you are. And managing through this crisis calls for leaders to step up. We've had to step up and wear multiple hats. Attending to employees' immediate needs, ensure the health of business, and continuously expand the landscape, internally and externally, and positioning our business to win. Models have been there, as Sia has mentioned, to predict and when this will be over. But there is no crystal ball. There's no crystal ball on knowing when the pandemic will last and for how long. But as leaders, we have to continue to manage, this new normal. We've led in leadership style, the hybrid world, different leadership styles. We think to be regular production and decisions have to be made on the table. So we need to take our teams with us. We've continually keep it move from crisis response to others. And so through this time, we also have assessed roles to say what could be remote, what could be on-site, and assist then, and that is assisting us actually to model the future. We've had to lead now with the head, the heart, and the hands. While we take through our teams, while we inspire and motivate them, we need it with speed and with innovation. So that's what we have had to go through. And as a leader, we know that we've had to lead people through this uncertainty, and we lead through the new reality with the empathy, resilience that I've already mentioned, with impact, and specifically also still finding fulfillment. And the type of leader we need now is the one who will lead with humility. A leader who can respond to difficult questions by saying, I don't know, but I will find out. That's the type of person that we need currently. A leader who knows it's not about them, but it's about the people that they lead. So that is my contribution, Tombi, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Lerato. Thank you for your powerful words. I don't know as a leader, but I can definitely find out. We are going to move on to Isha, who's joining us from Imperial. Isha, I suspect you're going to tell us about how many times people came back and said they've run out of data and you need to top them up. Is that the issue you're going to talk to us about, Isha?
A little bit about it, Ntombi, but thank you very much for having me this afternoon, and good afternoon to everyone on the line and to my fellow panelists. And I definitely agree with Sia. This is extremely important to have this conversation and for all of us to be the voices of change and to lead the narrative within our businesses. So I actually head up the Corporate Affairs and Investor Relations division of Imperial. And I'm also the proud driver and chairman of the first ever Global Women's Forum for our logistics business, and driving a lot of the women initiatives together with some of the very talented team of ladies and men. And I'm sure a lot of them are on the line as well. So for those of you that don't know, Imperial Logistics is a leading logistics and market access provider. And for us as an essential services business, also during COVID, our purpose was really to make sure that our people and our authorities of operation got all their essential needs. So we were distributing medication, food, and other essential goods and services. So for us, the COVID pandemic brought a lot of internal and external challenges. But as a leadership of a business, because we were impacting the lives and the livelihoods of people and governments, we had to make sure that as a leadership, we were agile. We had to be quick to respond to the various challenges, and we had to be very strategic in our thinking. And I think some of the conversations that we've had as a leadership was very much about, are we in business mode to survive, or are we positioning ourselves to be a business of resilience for the future? And I think that's been some of the guiding conversations we've been having as a leadership. And what that ultimately brings to the fore is to make sure that despite the challenges that you're trying to strike between making sure you still keep your head above water, making sure that all your employees are well taken care of, especially those that are risking their lives to make sure that we protect and get basic needs to people in our populations, that they're safe, that they're happy to still go to work knowing that their lives are not at risk. So as an employer, we had to go well and beyond what was necessary to ensure the safety of our people. But at the same time, for those non-essential staff that were working from home, to your point, Ntombi, we had to make sure that they were well equipped, that they felt that they were still being well supported by the business through, be it data or be it through having empathetic leaders that could understand the various roles that they've been playing and the challenges that they've been facing. I've seen a lot of questions coming through on the chat, and Sia spoke about it, that, boundaries. I mean, the lines between work, playing our various roles in the home environment, making sure we still give ourselves time, setting these boundaries and these lines have been very blurred. So as leadership, we've been called to be more empathetic to our people, to be a lot more flexible and agile. And I think to the point that Candace raised right up front, our view that we've taken as Imperial is that COVID certainly has been a catalyst to change and accelerate some of the lifestyle and very necessary business trends that a lot of us have only seen coming through in the future. So from our perspective, we've also had to accelerate our views and our strategy towards digital and data. E-commerce is certainly becoming the thing of the future, but the future is actually today, and that's what COVID's done for us. I also think that, the role of leadership has really been to have integrated discussions. In the past, we were very siloed in our thinking and our approach. We stuck to our areas of responsibility. But COVID has forced us to have integrated strategic discussions so that we could keep our head above water and also be resilient going forward in a world beyond COVID. And I think what that's meant for a lot of businesses is that we've had a lot of stakeholder scrutiny, and we've had to keep the communication and dialogue going, one, with all our stakeholders to give them clarity and certainty about the business, but two, with all our people who may be feeling isolated, working on other sides of laptops or in risky environments in warehouses. And this has forced us as Imperial to become a more purpose-driven organization through COVID, where it's not just about the short-term financial impact anymore, but it's really about changing the mindset of all leaders in the organization to focus equally on our profits, on our people, and certainly on our planet. So COVID for us has accelerated all these discussions in business, and it's brought to the fore what's really important for us as business. And one of the things we've learned through this is that as a leadership team, we need to be diverse. And the way we are diverse is to have a diverse set of people at the table. And with diversity comes changing in thinking, it comes more empathy. So ultimately, the more females we have, the younger generation that we have, and having more people that are outside of just being typical logisticians has certainly changed the conversation and narrative for us during COVID. So these have been some of the challenges we faced as leaders at Imperial, but also some of the conversations we've had and now taking decisive actions to position our business for the future and to make sure that we take the lessons from COVID and turn those into opportunities for all our stakeholders. So that's been our position, Ntombi, and certainly a very exciting future ahead for all of us.
Thank you, Isha. Powerful. I'm loving the consistent theme that's coming through from Candace, Sia, Lerato, Isha about empathy and having real conversations. I'd like to now give Vuyo, who is our representative from Pfizer, to introduce herself and to share her thoughts with the audience, please, Vuyo.
Thank you, Ntombi, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here and with such an esteemed panel as well. So Pfizer's response to COVID-19 was driven by three priorities. I think the first, as everybody else has mentioned, was the safety and well-being of all employees and colleagues. The second, because we are a pharmaceutical company, was making sure that patients around the world continue to have access to the medicines and vaccines they need during this crisis. And the third priority has been to collaborate with industry partners as well as regulators and health authorities to find the therapies and vaccines that will finally put an end to COVID-19. So in terms of the issues that I want to reflect on very briefly today that speak to leadership through COVID-19 and afterwards as well, is the issue of employee wellness as well as the power of collaboration. So in terms of employee wellness, I think for us, it's as Pfizer is something that's second nature. One of our core values is equity. And for us, that means that we acknowledge everyone deserves to be seen, heard, and cared for. But I think that in the context of a pandemic or a crisis, the way you do that, it changes a little bit. And so we found ourselves having to really communicate much faster, make sure that we're very transparent in the way we communicate, and give people a sense of safety. One of the other things has been focusing on wellness. Operating virtually presents a lot of unique challenges. A lot of people, for instance, don't necessarily have families, and they find themselves alone and may feel isolated in a virtual environment. Others have got large families and have to deal with multiple tasks while they're actually sitting working virtually. Others are trying to manage homeschooling, dealing with the household duties, as well as having very demanding jobs and roles. And so there have been a lot of changes in the way we've had to think through and contextualize employee wellness during COVID-19. And one of the key things we did was actually reach out to some of our traditional stakeholders. And in our space, that would be healthcare practitioners, so doctors and specialists. And we had a talk facilitated by one of the leading psychiatrists in the country, just to bring us back to basics regarding our mental health and emotional well-being at this time. And it was really amazing because it was a moment to allow ourselves to actually reflect about whether we are in fact coping and whether we are in fact dealing well, and what are the things that we can do to improve our well-being during this time. And I think that such discussions and such conversations have led to increased levels of feeling safe and have also led to increased levels of trust within the organization. Another intervention that I can think about during COVID-19, because we recognize the complexity of working virtually and no longer as a team and the inability to have those face-to-face conversations, is we rolled out training on crucial conversations. And Nivene in her talk earlier talked about how virtual environments can actually lend themselves to more conflict, to greater misunderstanding. And we felt that it was critical to empower colleagues to be able to have those uncomfortable conversations in a manner that's vulnerable, in a manner that's authentic, and also in a manner that's open-minded. And I think for us, the key thing is, how do you maintain and instill that sense of trust? Because we believe in Pfizer that the foundation of any performing team is trust. And on talking to another point, I talked about the power of collaboration. I mentioned that Pfizer is one of the companies that are in the search for a vaccine against COVID-19. And just to put it into perspective, vaccines normally take about 10 years to develop. We, in a matter of 6 months, are now in phase 3 clinical trials, in the process of recruiting up to 30,000 participants. And hopefully, if all goes well and our lead vaccine candidate proves to be safe and effective, we're ready to go for regulatory approval as early as October. And hopefully, we'll be able to actually distribute the vaccine even in this year. So what would normally take 10 years took 6 months, or will take less than a year. And the only reason we're able to achieve that was because of the unprecedented levels of cooperation amongst our industry peers, but also amongst regulators and health authorities. And that has gotten me thinking of what else can be possible when we do collaborate and when we do work with such a high level of commitment amongst multiple stakeholders. Bringing it back to South Africa, when we look at the establishment of the Solidarity Fund, for example, and even the convening of Business for South Africa, and the enormous amount of things we've been able to achieve in such a short period of time, and obviously not with perfection, but certainly it's been impactful. And that has been by government and the private sector working together. And for me, when Candace asked about, is this a catalyst? For me, my response is, could this be a catalyst to inform how we deal with problems even post-COVID-19? Because we have other crises. Gender-based violence remains a crisis. The fact that there are people who are still hungry and go to sleep hungry is a crisis. Addressing issues such as access to quality healthcare as well as education. How do we as a country and as a nation post-COVID-19 continue to lead with care and caring for each other. So for me, I think that's my main thoughts when it comes to leadership during, through, and post COVID-19. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Vuyo. Please remember, you are now a member of the Voices of Change. Therefore, the vaccine comes to family first. Please remember that when Pfizer has now finalized the vaccine, you start with the family and those closest to you at home. Lorraine, I would love to hand the baton on to you now to please share how Aspen has been dealing with leadership through COVID-19.
Sure, thanks. Thanks very much. And thank you to everybody for joining this afternoon. And it's indeed a real honor to join this group of panelists and put forward our challenges and how we have worked through them in COVID. So like Vuyo, we're also in the pharma industry, so an essential service. And within a short space of time, as you all know, we were thrown from sort of our normal day-to-day activities into a world that could never have been imagined. And really how we've sort of likened it in our leadership circles, it was almost like flying the aeroplane while you're building it. So there were a lot of new rules emerging. We've got a number of manufacturing sites. We have a number of global manufacturing sites. And the rules in each country were different. The interpretation of the rules across different groups were different. And so there was a need to bring everybody together to get a common interpretation. And one of the ways of getting a common interpretation is that the goal that we had was twofold. One, to make sure that we continue to service our patients with medicine. And the second goal was the absolute wellness and protection of our staff members. How do we quickly mobilize, move things? It's been a brilliant lesson in how quickly people will adapt to change, can change, and how quickly they pull together in order to manage the situation that we found ourselves in. I also was privileged to lead the medicine stream of the B4SA COVID response, and just a little bit on that as well, in that a very diverse group of people across South African business, the lawyers, the people in charge of labor, the people in charge of pharma, medicines, PPE. And it was absolutely amazing that when there's a real common cause that everybody strives towards, there were just no boundaries or barriers. People were coming together Saturday night, Sunday night, any day of the week, jump onto a call, helping one another. So for me, one of the real values out of what we've had to go through is the cohesion that has been built amongst many South Africans. But I think we've had some very good points made by the other panelists. So very, very key has been the management of employee wellness, and I use wellness in the full sense of the word. I'm not going to repeat all what's already been said regarding how homework, schools, disruption, but for me, the uncertainty that is in the daily life, I think I've seen has been a big driver of increased stress amongst people. There's just we don't know when this is ending. We don't know from one day to the next what might happen. And it's been very key to lead the people of the organization through that and make sure that they don't get caught up in the doom and gloom of the situation, because out of this level of disruption, I believe that there are a number of opportunities to be harnessed, a real opportunity to have a look at the way we do things, how we do things, and to look into the future with a real different mindset. And if you can move people beyond the barriers of habit, and that habit is something that can be changed. It definitely has helped to try and create opportunities and different things and guide people's thinking in different ways in order to make sure that they're not focused on what they've lost, but there's more focus on to the future. I think flexibility from a leadership perspective has been a real key aspect. The work from home, how to help people juggle their hours, how to allow different ways of working across your group. We've had to have people who've had to come into the factories. You've got people working from home. They have to interact regularly to create all those forums and to create a modernized workplace where no matter where you are, you can all pull together to give the outcomes that are needed. For me, has really been key. I think going forward, there's a few points that have been raised. I think that, and I'm sure we'll go through them, but I think the empathy of leaders is really, really important. It's and it's a challenge in itself in that leaders also it's okay to say I don't know all of those parts. There's uncertainty in the part of leadership as well. So that empathy and then the flexibility to know that there might be something new tomorrow, a new regulation, a new turn in events, and for you one to be able to say, right, that was today, tomorrow is a different day, and if something changes, don't worry, we'll cope with it, we'll find a way, we'll make things happen. So it is a very challenging time, and I think it really has brought leadership to the fore in our organization. I think Isha also said how you've had to pull together, look at your sort of core business and how you want to take that forward. There's lots of different ways of doing things, seeing things. Innovation is a really, really key enabler. And the reason I just wanted to raise innovation is that I believe that diversity is a real key enabler of innovation. And we really now as leaders have to pull together and embrace that diversity, including women, but I talk of the broader range of diversity, and to really engender participation, collaboration, the collective in one's company in order to harness all that you have and allow everybody to participate in forming what will be the new normal as it plays out in the coming months.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. Thank you for your insights. And Lorraine, if you don't mind, we have about 15 minutes left. So to my panelists, I'm going to throw a few questions and allocate questions, and then you can all come back to me, and let's do it like this. Lorraine and Vuyo and Lerato, please can you respond to the following question in that order? We'll start with Lorraine, we'll go to Vuyo, then we'll go to Lerato. Do you believe your organization has the leader of the future that is required now and moving forward? And I say this because we are leaders having this conversation, and it's very easy for us to say all the right things. But the truth is, some of us know that there are some leaders who will never be able to embrace the fourth industrial revolution. There are some employees who will never be able to have that mind shift that takes them from being, let's say, analog, paper-driven, to embracing the digital transformation process. And are you able to say at least 20 or 10% of our workforce is actually going to not survive this digital transformation journey we're on? I'd love to hear your views. Before you answer, Lorraine, I'm going to go to Sia, Candace, and Isha, please. And the question for you is, and as you've seen, it's a question really that is coming from the chat box, particularly for you, Sia. Is your organization, RMB, prepared to continue and sustain the pattern of working from home, even when COVID-19 is no longer a threat? Are you able to continue sustaining that? And I would like you, Isha, if I could ask Candace and Sia to respond to that. And Isha, I would like you to respond to the following questions. Are we saying all the nice and perfect things as leaders right now? Or our employees truly experiencing the empathy, the employee wellness that we talk about? If you were an employee, do you think your organization is truly showing it? And what are you hearing from people in the organization? Do they believe you are showing that empathy, or are we saying all the beautiful words right now to be able to get our beautiful 2% bonus at the end of the year, but our people are experiencing a different reality? Happiness, wonderful. So we're going to go break. 60 seconds, Lorraine. 60 seconds, Vuyo, Lerato. Then we're going to cross over to the rose. It's not the rose of Soweto. It's our rose, Sia. Then we have Candace and Isha, and we all have 60 seconds before we run out of time. Thank you, Lorraine. Over to you.
Sure. So in terms of leaders of the future, I think leadership is a journey. So I believe that there will be some leaders in our organization who will embrace the future, and others that may need some assistance in that. But I believe that if we empower all of our employees through a period like this, it's a real time for leadership to emerge, for those who maybe haven't always been so visible to emerge as leaders, and to embrace in the fourth industrial revolution and all the new things that are going to arise out of this pandemic.
Thank you, Lorraine. Vuyo?
Thanks, Ndombi. Thanks, Lorraine. So there are a couple of things, and I'll be very clear. 60 seconds, I'm timing myself. Okay, so first of all, I think there's a lot of people in our organization who would actually laugh and say the only constant in Pfizer is change. So when you talk about resilient leaders and leaders who are able to adapt, that is the one thing you find in the majority of Pfizer people, and those who have been around even for many years within Pfizer. When I joined, I think just over a year ago, that was the first thing they said. The only constant in Pfizer is change. And that's because we understand that we're operating in a highly competitive environment and in a rapidly changing world. And so it's critical to remain relevant. And in order to do that, you need to be agile. The second thing I'd say is that, from a technology adoption perspective, a lot of people are surprised to hear that, as soon as we heard the first case of COVID-19 in South Africa, we established a cross-functional, what we call a crisis management team. And we actually started working from home from the 15th of March. And so in the period, in the 1 week we had, from the first case until we worked from home, we were able to do a survey to understand who needed connectivity, work out how much more data potentially might be required, and we sent everybody home. Our offices have been closed since the 15th of March, and we have been working effectively remotely since then. So I think that tells a lot about just our adaptability and our ability to actually be resilient to change. The third thing I'd like to say is that one of our bold moves at Pfizer is actually to win the digital race in pharma. And so obviously, I'm sure as many organizations here, we've embraced digital. And obviously, in some instances, it's a little bit harder than in others. But for us, it's a journey that we are prepared to, that we've made a decision to embrace. We've made significant progress and we continue to make progress. But I'm positive that we have leadership that's fit for the future, because the only constant in Pfizer is change, and we are very agile people. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Vuyo. Lerato, 60 seconds, your turn, please.
I think as opposed to the COVID pandemic, where we were all sort of thrown in deep end and forced to sort of adapt, we were not ready. We didn't choose it, but we were all thrown in. The digital journey, if you ask about Nedbank, we had prepared for. If you look at 3 years ago, the journey had started, over 33,000 employees that we have, we had to go and adapt. We've gone through change management. And when you look 3 years back to where we are today, we've got the Money app. We're ready. We can transact from the comfort of our homes, no longer need to sort of go into the branch itself. We recently launched our Ever online shopping platform that is enabling us now, while we're sitting at home, to order online. And so we have had to change and, make sure that everybody understands the benefit of that journey and for changing. Yes, there are those people who then initially saw it as a threat as any change happens. But as an organization that is so huge, you do have to make the change efforts and take everybody through the journey, and for them to understand why you need to win and become competitive. And that's where we are today.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Lerato. Sia, please, the answer on the sustainability.
Absolutely. Great. Thanks, Ntombi, and thanks, everybody, for the insights. For us, as you know, we premised on our brand promise around solutionist thinking. We have been invested in looking at the world of work strategy, certainly for now and the future. So to your question around the sustainability, we are thinking about what exactly the change will look like, the different types of working arrangements that we need to actually put in place. At this point, we know that we'll actually have a hybrid, whether it be keeping people working from home due to vulnerability, whether it be people who work from home, whether it be people who choose to do both, or whether it be people who actually choose to come to the office because of different sets of family circumstances. Remember that all of us, we're going through this, but our experiences are not the same. So we need to cater for those needs as well. And also then thinking about essential services that for operational reasons may actually have to be based at the office. So for us, we're very clear around a methodology and a structure that helps us to evolve the conversation. But that conversation will actually happen if we co-create it with employees, to look at needs, to look at business requirements, to look at our client experiences required into the new world. And therefore, we're not just solving, we're solving for the full ecosystem. Fortunately, we have the great platforms and processes and the technology. As you know, in terms of our group, we've been invested on platform strategies. And therefore, that enables us to be able to transition quite seamlessly into this new world. Over and above this, we are cognizant of the fact that this is a culture change. And therefore, we are privileged in the fact that we have executive sponsorship to be able to help us start this movement around the world of work, support us in thinking through, co-create with us and employees to be able to take this work forward. We have no answers, but we certainly are starting this path of being able to look at as to what will change, what will stay the same, and also what are some of the new things we actually have to embrace into the future. So that, in a nutshell, is our path around listening to the system, looking at what's happening in the country, partnering with our clients to be able to evolve.
Thank you very much, Sia. I'm going to question your understanding of 50 seconds, but because you are a family member, I'm going to let it go. Thank you, Candace.
Thanks, Toby.
Right back at you, Candace.
Thanks for the question, and it's a very topical question because we discussed it this morning in our task team meeting. around how to return people back to the workforce. As I said in my opening, given the nature of our business and that we were in essential services, we implemented trackers where we track the movement of our staff over the past few months in terms of who's working on site and who's working on home. And the latest statistics that we presented at our interim results a few weeks ago is that, in fact, over the 26 countries in which we operate, 85% plus of our employees is back at work. And within that context, because we're dealing with a global pandemic, we understand that the virus is communicable. It moves from person to person. Our active case rate with 85% of our people back at work has been 1.18%. So just over 1% of our employees tested positive. And within that context, we see a recovery rate of 60 to 70%. Yes, we've had mortalities, and unfortunately, one death is one death too many. But if you look at our mortality rate, it's less than 0.041%. The reason I'm sharing these statistics is because what we find with COVID is that there is psychological safety that's the real threat to bringing people back into the workplace. It's the anxiety of moving from work to home, the anxiety of having to shut down operations if there's infections, and it's also around ensuring that from an occupational health and safety perspective across the 26 countries, that we are complying with government directives in terms of health of employees, making sure that the environment and the workplace is safe. But at the same time, when I think around the sustainability of specifically businesses in our industry, and I guess across different industries, of ensuring that people find their connections again. We are inherently social beings. We want to talk to people, we want to touch them, we want to hug each other, we want to have conversations. People zoomed out, we virtual meetinged out, and the phrase for 2020 is, you are on mute. And I'm sure we've all had those moments in meetings where we feel this overwhelming sense of disconnection. Sia mentioned it earlier on, the grief of the relationships that we've lost, the grief of the customers that we haven't been engaging with. So the question, as I posed earlier on in my introduction, where I said, is this really the catalyst? Is COVID-19 the catalyst for change? My view, and it might be a controversial view, is that we need to think around how to transition people back to the workplace safely. And not just safety from a physical safety point of view, the sanitizers, the temperatures, but the psychological safety that is required where people feel that this is a safe space for me. Because whether you're going to be infected at Woolies doing your shopping or with a colleague on a production line, none of us with the best intentions in the world is going to run away from COVID or the rate of infections. We know that one of the best ways to mitigate this is actually non-pharmaceutical. So it's the masks, it's washing of hands, it's the social distancing, etc. But I think for me, and Ntombi, the question is not how much longer should we build systems to sustain this working from home, but more around how do we reimagine our workplaces? How do we reimagine delivering on our organizational objectives, whilst understanding that inherently we are human and humans want to connect?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Candice. You may go on mute, and Isha, you are on mute. Please, will you share your final thoughts?
I am unmuted now. Thank you, Ntombi. Look, so very quickly, all the things that I spoke about in terms of being purpose-driven is no longer just a nice to have or jargon. It's an absolute necessity for any business to make sure that they prioritize their people above everything else. And I think all of us have spoken a lot about our people and all the initiatives we've taken to prove to our people, particularly during COVID, how valued they are and how valued their input, their health, their safety, and their well-being are. And Imperial is no different to going quite beyond what we were required to do for our people. But I think more importantly, as Sia also mentioned, this is a journey. And it's very much a cultural change in mindset. And as Imperial, particularly being a logistics business, where we're starting off with through a lot of our initiatives is to try to help our employees understand how do they contribute to the greater well-being of the larger communities in which we operate. Because the moment you as an individual feel like you're making a difference in the lives of people around you, you automatically become more encouraged, more positive. You want to come to work every day. So we're spending a lot of time and effort in communicating with our people, in trying to reach as many of our 27,000 people in 32 countries as possible, to help them understand that at the end of the day, coming to work is not just about getting a salary, but that they're making a real difference in the lives of their communities. And I think if we can get that across to as many of our people as possible, it gives you as an individual a real sense of purpose. And ultimately, you'll then contribute to the broader purpose of the business and your societies. And that's the approach we're taking as Imperial.
And a powerful note to end our conversation on. Thank you very much, Isha. It really is about co-creating and building solutions with our employees. Dia, Lorraine, Vuyo, Lerato, Candice, and Isha, you have been a wonderful panel. It's been an absolute honor facilitating, and thank you all for your time. Right back to the guys in studio. Thank you, Masa. Right back to you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. I must tell you, if corporate South Africa, if this is the right path and this is the wrong path, I'm encouraged after listening to you that you are heading on this path. To hear the theme of empathy, leading with wellness and intention, having genuine conversations, admitting when you don't know or have the answers. None of us know what we're really doing here. I'm so encouraged. And I think your employees as well, people who work with you, who are listening in on this, are also feeling the same way. Some of the messages on Twitter, don't forget that hashtag Voices of Change and hashtag Getting to Equal. Some people are saying empathy keeps coming up, and I am encouraged. Even if I don't work at Accenture or Imperial or Pfizer or RMB, but to know that there are corporates who care about your mental well-being. So thank you very much for that. That was a very informative discussion. It made me feel that we are heading in the right direction. I wish you all the best to each and every one of you as you lead in a very, very difficult terrain. What we have next is very encouraging. It's very exciting because we are going to now break away into our different rooms. There are a total of 28 different leader walks that will be taking place this afternoon from 3 o'clock until 4:45. And I urge you to use them to their full advantage. We've got some phenomenal hosts who will be facilitating and having discussions with you. And in sharing stories and hearing other people's stories, I feel like we're heading in the right direction too. As we've mentioned, no one has the answers about where we find ourselves, but what we can do is seek some sort of comfort in one another. A bit of an announcement, those who were set out to be in Sibongile Mangai's breakaway room, unfortunately she's not able to make it. She has an emergency, but Colleen has diligently spread you all accordingly to other breakaway rooms. Now, conversations that will be covered here are topics including imposter syndrome, unconscious bias, the inability of many of us to say no, and just navigating this entire new world that we find ourselves in. So I'm really looking forward to it. They will be taking place simultaneously, and I will definitely be popping in and out of all those discussions because I find it extremely important that we engage, that we share ideas, and that we actually hear one another out. So without further ado, don't forget that you need to go to the different and a separate link for the leader walks. The hashtag Voices of Change and hashtag Getting to Equal. I hope everyone is still doing just fine. And welcome back. Happy Friday. We have made it to the end, and can you believe it's almost already over? We have laughed, we have learned, we have had tears because there were some really emotional and vulnerable stories also being shared in the breakaway sessions that we have. I'd like to also commend Dr. Shirley for sharing her story with such strength and vulnerability. I'm really looking forward to actually getting a copy of your book too and carrying on to read that. Now, what I also found interesting from these sessions, I've really found them helpful and I enjoyed how everybody was engaging. I also did notice that some people didn't take Nevin's advice of switching your camera on. Now, these are the tools that we have learned here today to make sure that we don't disappear in a world of COVID and working from home. Let us see each other, right? So from Tumbi's session, I really loved how she spoke about having different mentors for different avenues and different facets of your life. Because sometimes not only one person can be the solution to your family problems, your financial woes, your career advice. So it is very important to have a multiple layer of people that you can speak to in terms of that. From Mapule's session, so interesting. She mentioned something I jotted down here, and I really want to take this with me. She said she's not interested in performance. She's interested in high performance. Not just, but you see, that's what I'm about. I want to be from here and take it to high performance. I am inspired by the caliber of women who have been speaking here today, by the caliber of women who've been listening in, you at home, and the role that you are playing in pioneering gender equality in corporate South Africa. We cannot thank you enough for that. Thank you so much for also allowing me to be on your screens and come into your homes on this lovely Friday. I've thoroughly enjoyed being away from my business as usual and just being immersed in knowledge, in hope, which is what I got, to listen to leaders talk about empathy, mental wealth and wellness and wellness. I mean, that is exactly what we want to hear coming out of our leaders. I just hope that this theme that we are, flirting with here and playing with here and wrestling with of empathy also moves to our public sector. But I guess that's not much you can say about that. So from me, Masa, Kekana, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to hand over to Ntombi to close off, as this is, of course, her brainchild. And thank you, Voices of Change, and to all our sponsor partners for making today possible, for making it possible in this abnormal reality we find ourselves in. Have a fantastic Women's Day. You are phenomenal. You are fierce. You are resilient. You are beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you, Masa. You've done a wonderful and absolutely sterling job today. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for all your efforts today. I'd like to say to all our attendees today, we had 1,500 of you registered to attend. We definitely saw 1,000 of you attending today. And we know that when people had to attend other meetings, we had no fewer than 800 of you. I know that this means that you are truly understanding the journey we are on and the importance of us as women and men empowering ourselves with knowledge, hearing the stories that need to be told, and using those stories to rebuild and reinvent ourselves. I really want to give a very, very big thank you to a lady none of you have seen today or heard, and her name is Colleen Larson from Business Engage, one of our partners. Colleen has been responsible working with the technical guys, Gunter and the guys at the studio, to make sure we have a seamless experience today, to make sure that you get to see the stories told, get to see all the presentations, and it's really been a phenomenal effort from everyone in our technical department. Colleen, to you, I say thank you, and a round of applause to you, the guys, the studio, Gunter, absolutely everybody who kept our signal possible and strong today. Thank you very much. I also want to thank our partners. We met every Friday sometimes 10 o'clock, sometimes 11 o'clock for an hour to make sure we, women and men from our organizations, to this platform. It's been a phenomenal journey, collaborating, being patient with each other, questioning each other. And here we are, we've done it, we've delivered it. So we've gone from delivering 300 people last year in a physical event to having 1,000 this year in our virtual event. Thank you, Business Engage. Thank you, Lerato from Nedbank, you and your team and your wonderful Deshika and everybody. AECI, thank you to everybody. Candace, thank you to you and your team. Aspen, thank you very much. Lorraine, you and your team, we appreciate all your efforts. Pfizer, you've been phenomenal. New partner, we've absolutely loved having you. Vuyo, I hope I didn't tease you today, and thank you for being a wonderful panelist. Thank you to you and your team for participating. And RMB, Sia, Happy Team, and anybody I haven't mentioned who's played a critical role, I want to say thank you. I also want to thank our social media team that has been tweeting, posting vigorously, trying to make sure we trend. At some point when I looked, we were number 25. The last I looked, we were number 7. I'm not too sure where we are right now, but I want to thank you for your efforts. Thank all the journalists that dialed in and joined us today. And thank you to our PR engine that also made sure that today was delivered not only to the audiences that have dialed in, but also to the people of South Africa, so that they know we are having these conversations. They know that we will not be silent, and silence will not define our future. We are no longer invisible, and that is thanks to our PR engine. Ladies, gents, sisters, brothers, it's been an honor. Thank you very much for spending the day with us. I wish you all a safe afternoon. Please continue to look after yourselves, be safe, keep healthy, and stay blessed. Thank you very much to everybody.